Good evening, guys. Good to see you again. Another Saturday evening. We have Magic Acres in the house. Good to see you, brother. And we have Venerable Owl also in the house. Good to see you, too. How's your week? Mine has been pretty good, actually. And we wait a couple of more minutes and wait until more people join the house before we get into today's topic. I hope you guys had a great week. That's awesome. That's awesome, Venerable Owl. That's good. Hey, Sassy Girl, good to see you. It's always nice to see you guys. Wake me up at the end of work, basically. How are you doing, Sassy Girl? I hope everything is okay with you. And today's topic is, can I rely on my skills and knowledge to survive? We get into that topic in a couple of minutes. And we have PV in the house. Good to see you. Yeah, I know. Staying busy is a good thing, but not too busy. You can get burned out that way. And there you have it, the link, PV. You know the drill, as usual. Hey, Nick Miller, good to see you, brother. And Guardian Prepping, good to see you. And there we have PV.
Shadow, how you doing? All right?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, actually. I can't complain.
Good. The weather okay for you, is it? Guardian's there. How you got it? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm going to send him the link too.
Nick Moller, Venerable Owl, Sassy Gal, Prappin, Teresa Buchanan, and I doubt a whole host of other people there.
There you have it, Guardian. Phil,
Magic
you know the
Acres as
drill
well.
too. Yeah. Yeah, Magic, he will be on board in a couple of minutes. He had some errands to do. So we'll pop in a bit.
All right, yeah, no worries.
Hey, Teresa, good to see you, ma'am.
So it's of interest. What sort of temperature you got there at the moment, Shadow?
I can see. I check with my private weatherman or whatever you want to call it.
You also doing?
At the moment, 0. So.
All right, that's quite warm for Sweden, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It should be a lot colder than that. I mean, we've got here. It's been 3 degrees here all day, and
yeah,
I expect it to be about -17 down there, right up there.
And there we have Guardian too. Good to see you, brother.
Guardian, how you doing? Come in, Guardian.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. How you doing? Are you well?
Very good.
Yeah, we can hear loud and clear, so that's good at least. So, guys, this topic was basically from Dear Love Survival. So, can I rely on my skills and some knowledge to survive? I think that is a good topic, actually.
Where is Daryl needs to put in a guest appearance to justify his subject matter.
Yeah. He will pop up.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's an interesting subject. Can I rely on my skills and knowledge to survive? Right, bit of a yeah. So it depends what range of what survival aspect we're talking about. It could there's a broad range of stuff we can hit here. So
Definitely.
I mean, on the crux of it, the answer would be no on one hand, and yes on the other hand. And I say that because no on one hand because no matter how much skills you've got, no matter how much knowledge you've got, unless you've got the physical equipment there, either to make your situation better, or if you've got another pile of equipment there that you can modify or cannibalize, adopt, MacGyver, or whatever, then you're pretty much limited. However, on the flip side of that, as Morris Kachansky said, the more you know, the less you carry. So your ability to survive in a sort of in a variety of scenarios can vary quite a lot, I think. On one hand, yes, you can get away with quite a lot, especially if you've got the resources of the forest. You've got bushcraft skills and knowledge. But if you're, if you haven't got access to anything you can modify, make, build, or salvage, or adapt, or MacGyver, then your scope for survival, starts to diminish, depending on obviously the climatic conditions, the weather, and so on, because you can only survive for so long in certain conditions without aid. So yeah, it's
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely.
Can you imagine trying to survive in the boreal forest in the winter when it's minus 17 degrees Celsius with just the clothes you're stood up in? So
that would be pretty difficult.
I mean, it can be done.
It can be done, yes, but it's difficult.
Yeah, very difficult. Because you've got the resources around you, you've got the trees you can harness, and your ingenuity and skills and knowledge to survive. So you've got you pick the right tree identification, which it comes from your knowledge, your skills. How do you process that tree into making, say, a fireboard or a fire making? Can't forget the name of it. You can make fire from a tree if you have the right ingenuity skills. So you get a spindle, you get the hearth, and so on. Use your bootlaces, get some tinder. It all sounds very good, easy to do just by saying it, but it is a skill, which again, skills and knowledge, they cross over as well. You can have a lot of knowledge, but you need to adapt the skills to implement that knowledge as well. So
yeah, I agree. And it depends on your how fit you are from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, your survival situation could be you've come down in a plane crash.
Yeah,
and your arm's injured, or both arms are injured, or something else like that. You're immobilized. So
yeah.
How do you? What's your vision, Guardian, on this sort of thing?
So I think that a person should live a lifestyle in a way that contributes towards the worst happening. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst in all things, right? So the choices that you make, whether it be within your career, whether it be on a day-to-day basis as well with your own health, it's also important, when you speak of fitness, a person needs to be very careful to make sure that they're as natural as they possibly can be, without using any stimulants or anything like that. And the reason for that is because, SHTF scenario, you're not going to be able to rely on any sort of stimulants, so I found creatine out of all the stimulants a very light stimulant. It's nowhere near as hectic as a lot of the other things are. Creatine's pretty much illegal. It really is fantastic in certain ways on what it can do for the body. And I know that the whole world's speaking about it. But at the same time, this year I'm doing something a bit different, where I'm not using anything like that. And it's also because of budgetary restraints, I'll be quite honest. Because some of that stuff can be quite expensive, like protein shake after workout and creatine, and I'm not using any of that. And one of the great parts for that as well is that in a SHTF, my body's already adapted to not rely on any stimulants or any shakes and that type of thing. So that's pretty good. I found that that's a new thing. So that regarding fitness, and then that's why I say live a lifestyle that lends itself towards being able to be as independent and sharp-minded as possible. Like have a lot of and like work on your intuition. I know that sounds weird, but try and like develop a close relationship with yourself so that you can understand what to do and the right thing to do at the right time.
And I was point out Venerable Owl's comment. Confidence is important, but overconfidence could be very dangerous. And also, it also depends on your physical and mental state. That is to say, are you injured, exhausted, panicking? This can hinder your ability to use your skills effectively. And I have to agree with that one.
Yeah, Daryl's there. He's listening. He's having my late dinner, so just watching. Right. Yeah, so it's another subdivision here as well that's going on. It's skills and knowledge. So skills you can build up skills to
Hey
certain
Anunnaki,
level.
good to see you again.
You can build up skills to a certain level and get to a good standard, but it's a thing called skill fade, in which if you don't practice those skills and continually implement and exercise them, then they'll diminish. Whereas knowledge, once you know something, it will stay with you forever, basically, as long as your memory is intact and functional.
It becomes a part of who you are. It also can be a great aspect to a great asset to you, really, not aspect, but a great asset to be defensive in who you are as well, and to just be wary of people and be extremely, and I know that we speak about this every now and again as well, but having a strong level of caution when it comes to new people that you don't know. Even if we can expect people to have the same intentions as we would, very often that's not the case, specifically in disaster scenarios as well. So just be on high alert regarding things. I think that's one of the most important skills that you can really have. And then obviously when it comes to actually honing your capability to defend yourself, that's obviously really important as well. And that's 100% preparedness veteran. If you don't practice that as well, it does fade.
Yeah. Well, Venerable says there, knowledge is a good start, but practical experience is important. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a load of delineations you could go down. I mean, knowledge. You could categorize these into various subdivisions. I mean, knowledge. You could say you could put that down to tree identification. If you could identify 10 different types of trees which are valuable. However, unless you actually go out on the ground and experience what those trees are and get to know all aspects of the growth cycle and what they look like in summer, winter, autumn, etc. So, yeah, you got to practice the skills in realistic scenarios. Venerable Al says there.
Yeah.
But I mean, also fire making is probably a classical example of
and it's a crucial skill.
A skill
because
set, yeah.
Fire is really important. If you can't start a fire, and it's cold outside, you are pretty screwed, basically.
Yeah, it enables you to cook food, make water drinkable, keeps you warm, and so on.
And clean your wounds.
Ward off animals and so on, and process other materials. So definitely a key skill to have there, and would be the ability to make fire, but also the knowledge to be able to identify the type of wood you're going to make the fire from. If you're doing it by hand, doing a hand drill or so on, or identifying various materials in which you can make fire from, whether it be chemical or putting other elements of items together to make the fire itself.
Hey, CB, good to see you, man.
Hugo Homestead, hello.
Let's see what Guardian put up here.
So this is purslane, and a lot of people overlook this. That is found throughout the world for the most part in a lot of different regions. Specifically, if it is indigenous to area, if you're able to find it, it is one of the best herbs for foraging as well. That is quite remarkable. It grows really well. If you are able to, you can essentially make cuttings of it as well and propagate it. So the ability and the reason for me bringing this up was preparedness veteran mentioned, being able to forage and having the skill sets on to identify different trees and different fauna and flora. I think that trees are extremely important to know what you can use. There's a lot of different types of trees out there that are extremely interesting, but this specific herb is one of the most widely available herbs as well that a lot of people might be familiar with, but it's incredible regarding its nutritional value and just the ability that it's got to. That's awesome. If you have access to it, it's such a good nutritional food that people really don't realize that they can eat. And there's a couple of others that I could bring up that are globally found throughout the world as well. But it's definitely something that we should understand on how to master, because of course food and water are what get most people, right? So if you're able to do that, kudos.
Yeah, this is when the crossover happens. So everyone should be doing now is building their knowledge base up in the event of whatever that event is. The threats could be related to your particular location and surroundings, also extending to what might happen when you're traveling. So, everything from first aid onwards to an isolated plane crash and survival skills on top of that. So people should be in the process now of building up as much knowledge as they can, especially if they're into preparedness. Read all the books they can, watch as much as they can, listen to as much as they can. And then once you've acquired a certain level of, a base knowledge, for instance, then you can go out there and start implementing this range of knowledge and transferring it into a skill set. Or you can combine it from the start. And then you can tag along with other people to collaborate with those and swap ideas and information. And then you've probably built yourself up to a certain level where you're quite comfortable with your surroundings. You know all the plants that you can identify. All the trees you can identify. The dangers in the area. So this is all knowledgeable information that you should be accumulating now for anyone out there, all these preppers and stuff.
Yeah, and then if you guys want me to, and if I may, just for a minute or two, I'll bring up two other things that you might find very interesting. So my career path, I still am very happy to be working for the company that I was working for corporate. I don't. It's interesting. I work for safety within corporate as well, so that's as much information as I'm willing to give out on the internet. But the other work that I'm doing at the moment is to work with plants, and I really enjoy that. So it's something that I'm learning a lot about different plants consistently, and I really have, purslane's fantastic in terms of providing you with the addition to salads and pastas, and also certain stir fries. If you want to, you can also stir fry purslane. But let me show you two other super plants that are really amazing. And if you guys aren't familiar with these, many of you might be familiar with them already. But I'm just going to take like a minute or two quickly to overview two insanely good plants that are my two favorite right now. I know it's weird to have favorite plants, but I really do have two favorites. And at the moment, I fortunately am busy growing both of these. So I'll show you firstly I'll present this one for you guys real quick. So this first one is Moringa oleifera, right? And Moringa, many of you might know this already, as I mentioned, but Moringa is an amazingly good plant for you. Write it down on the side on your little piece of paper or something, or on a notepad or something, if you're not familiar with Moringa. But Moringa is one of the most...
I'm very familiar with Moringa.
Yes.
Yeah, we did it in an episode a while back, didn't we? Moringa tea.
Yeah.
Ever since then, I was drinking Moringa tea for quite a while. I've still got some in the cabinet. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, and if you can grow and cultivate it, they also call it the miracle tree because it's able to come back quite quickly. So it's got many, many different uses as well, and can essentially, if you're able to, at a bug out location as it is right now, or if you're able to, propagate it or make cuttings that you can have mobile, it grows extremely quickly too. So Moringa is an amazing one, and then I'll just bring up one more for you quickly as well on the side here, which is my recent favorite. So it's Palea microphilia, and it's actually a plant. I'll show you quickly here. There we go.
Is there a common name for this?
Artillery plant, yeah.
Oh, right.
So they call it the artillery plant because essentially what happens is a lot of people will keep it in their homes, and when it's giving seeds out, like what it does is it shoots the pods, so you can actually hear like slight, soft little popping sounds near the plant when it's actually dispersing its seeds. So it's the reason why I bring it up is because it's an incredibly good plant. Regarding like the nutritional value and its capability to be used. It's basically the shrub version of a moringa plant. So it also has a wide array of uses, antioxidants, all the right nutrition, minerals, everything. So if you're going to start like propagating like plants as well and trying to make us the best value of a survival garden or bug out location perhaps that you can, definitely look at the Palea microphilia and then the moringa, as many of you might know, but yeah, just thought I'd share those two.
Slippery Pickles said that plant sounds dangerous to children.
Yeah, and Sassigal.
That's similar to not in terms of nutrients or what it can provide. It sounds similar to gorse bush in terms of the popping sounds. When gorse, just before it flowers, you get these little seed pods on the leaves and stems, and in the sun they pop, and you can hear them like sort of a low level grade of popcorn popping sort of sound in the sun as they disperse their seeds out of the sacs.
Hey Mark, good to see you.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
Morning or afternoon or evening or good day.
Sassigal, have a question. Basically, I've been trying to find moringa. Where do you find it?
So if you can, there are places online. Welcome, Chef Tech. Good to have you with us. I'm really happy to see you. So if you're looking for moringa, there are two places that I would strongly recommend. One of them would be Facebook Marketplace in your local region. There might be a good chance of you being able to come upon it in that manner. Sometimes people sell moringa on Facebook Marketplace. And then the other place that I was briefly going to mention as well would be looking around online. If you're able to get the moringa seeds, they have a very high germination rate. So you'll likely have good success with it. And just that is like, so quickly on the side, just for like 30 seconds, the gentleman by the name of Pitt, and obviously there's so many people in this country named Pitt, so the chance of you actually stumbling upon him specifically is very, very rare. But anyway, so this gentleman was actually that was selling the moringa trees. He spoke to me briefly, and a little bit of a side tip on moringa. If you do start growing it, it doesn't like to be transplanted at all when it's smaller, because when it's smaller, it's still got a green trunk and a stem to it, and eventually that trunk and stem turns to a darker gray color, a bit of a brown gray color. And when it does that, you can move it around a lot easier. You can transplant it in a different place if you need to. But when it's a young tree, be extraordinarily fragile and gentle with the root system, because if you mess about with it, it'll destroy your moringa tree. So yeah, just definitely a useful one. How's your week been, Chef Tech? You good?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm actually doing what I was doing last week, and I'm about to be prepping a whole bunch of vegetables and stuff to run through the freeze dryer for my daughter who lives about 1,000 miles away. So, but no, I'm hanging in there. I'm just looking forward to, I always look forward to Saturdays. And that's, I go out of my way, and then every now and then something happens. But today I'm like, oh crap, I got to get home. So here I am.
Mark, you will like next week's topic, by the way.
Uh-oh.
Off-grid or emergency cooking. That would be a topic for you, Mark.
If it was a little warmer out, I'd do it from my property. But
so that's next week's topic, by the way. So
cool.
It was a suggested topic from CR, by the way. So so that stream is already set up for next week. So
sweet.
Someone's asking about moringa. If they're at stock and they can't physically get it from a garden centre or anywhere like that to cultivate it themselves, go to Amazon and you can get moringa tea, moringa powder, and a whole host of other sort of moringa products. I'm not sure where it's sourced from, though.
If you grow it in a large pot, in a very large pot because it's a tree, you can bring it inside during the winter. A lot of people do that with the moringa tree because of how valuable it is to them. Obviously, so this is what I was going to say about the guy that sells the moringa as well. He was having a problem on his farm, and he was actually running at a loss. He was experiencing a large problem with his cattle, and he didn't have a solution. He didn't know what to do. And essentially I'm sorry to hear about the moringa seeds. And essentially what happened is he had a friend of his suggest moringa for the cattle, and he started to feed moringa to the cattle as well. And within the last 2 years that he's been doing it, he's been seeing nothing but amazing profits, and he's so happy about it because the moringa basically saved his livelihood. As you know, as a farmer, it's extremely important when it comes to their crops and their livestock. And since the moringa and since feeding those cattle moringa, they've been doing so much better. It's not only good for humans, but also good for like the animal kingdom too. So amazingly good crop to grow.
So you can
also buy, I just found out, moringa sprouting seeds. It should be quite a good little thing to look at.
There's tricks that you can get away with. Speak to ChatGPT. I speak to ChatGPT very regularly these days, and it always helps me with good gardening advice. And it's quite amazing what ChatGPT will tell you about the gardening, certain things like certain tricks and tips that are in the it just is able to search its database and find very interesting ways to circumvent problems.
Hugo says, be careful not to harvest wild edibles near roadways due to possible contamination. I agree with that too. That is not a good idea.
Now, around here in the U.S., I think I brought this up on your channel somewhere. There's always wild raspberries growing on the sides of some of the, we'll call them secondary roads, not the major highways. And but there's always wild raspberries, but they love to spray all the weeds and anything growing near the side of the road to keep it off the roadway. And sometimes those raspberries will survive the spray. You don't want to eat them.
Yeah, some of these, same here with the hedgerows. Hedgerows are never cut, so they just accumulate and accumulate anything that's sort of sprayed on them or that gets washed over them and so on. So, I mean, all this is part of a, adding to your knowledge base, which everyone should be doing, like we said.
Yeah.
If no one's, people shouldn't be sat there staring at the floor or just consuming and entertaining themselves or trying to make themselves look better, etc., etc. Especially if they're into preparedness, they should be accumulating things like a sponge. And once you've sort of reached your peak that you're comfortable with, branch out onto another sort of area. The thing is, this is where my point from the beginning was, you can have lots of skills, lots of knowledge, but without the physical equipment to help you sustain yourself, to help you modify, grow, or enhance, or cannibalize the equipment in your surroundings. If you've got no equipment, then you can't really do anything with nothing. You could be in the middle of the desert with nothing whatsoever. You're not going to be in a good position, as opposed to being somewhere with resources that you can harvest and take on. So, it leads on to the next sort of question: how do you sort of mitigate against that? So, I suggest that people carry with them, in any sort of scenario or environment, or as part of their EDC, some sort of equipment that will help you survive. And you could classify these, as critical items. And you look at many, survival blogs, and they always talk about sort of critical items. So you can if you can imagine yourself in the bushcraft environment, it will be like the 10 C's that someone's come up with, or the knife, a means to light fire with, cordage, water purification, etc., etc. And all these sorts of things sound familiar because as preppers, we all have sort of prioritized these in our own minds already. So you can mitigate skills and knowledge to a certain extent by carrying equipment, but if you pin that down even further, trim it down, you need critical items. What is the critical items, or what are the critical items that will keep you alive if you're in complete dire situation with no other resources available to you?
Exactly.
That's where our topic, 2 weeks ago, I've lost everything. Now what do I do? If you don't have skills, you're done. Skills, knowledge, understanding of everything you can around you that could be used to sustain your life, to sustain a friend, to just continue on. You got to be able to figure that stuff out, have the mental and physical skills and health and everything else, just to basically start from absolute scratch.
Yeah, and if you're in an environment which is pretty harsh, either extreme cold or extreme heat, then it becomes even more difficult. So you're relying on more, these critical items even further. And these critical items may extend, I'll rephrase that. Criticality can extend to something which isn't physical. So, your skills and knowledge to be able to cope, interact with other people, as Guardian says, size someone up, assess them, and develop on from there, because you might not be the only one that's in this situation. If it's a preparedness collapse or anything like this, an SHTF situation, then you're potentially dealing with outsiders. And if you haven't got the skills or the knowledge to know the boundaries or interact with people, then that could be a critical part of your survival aspect.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And I think that it does slide nicely into what Venerable Owl had to say. But I see that Shadow, you prepared there. You're going to show a bit of your EDC there, buddy.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
So that's a good point, because we're now on to the reason why people carry EDC items. And it varies from person to person, obviously, because we're in different environments, different situations, and so on, different skill sets, different knowledge bases. So, I mean, Shadow's going to show us his EDC. I bet that's different from all the rest of us.
Well, my cards and my driver's license is basically inside this.
Right.
That is such a
RFID. RFID protected wallet, basically.
Show that closer to the camera, please, Shadow, for a second. That is so cool, dude. That is so awesome. Wow. That is the coolest little card cover I've ever seen. It's got your logo on it, and then I'm going to get a Guardian prepping one, I'm telling you. That is like the most, I love that, Shadow.
Those are... those cost about 200, 300. for one of these, and this contains 5 cards, so that's good.
Is
That's
that
very handy.
is that metal or plastic? You say?
Metal,
Metal.
Right.
Metal, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
and
you
this
also double
my-
that up as a weapon as well. The case.
You could. Yeah, you're right, Greg. Yeah.
I always have my tactical pen with a window breaker at the end.
Right. So when you're talking about these, so what's your reasoning behind the? I mean, your card protector is for RFID protection. You consolidate it into a nice hard protective case. How about the pen? What's your
Hey.
reasoning for that?
Hey, very good to see you. The reason I bought this is I heard about one who were shopping in the grocery store and waited in the line to pay the groceries.
Yeah.
And that person paid the groceries and didn't think about it. And next day, when that person checked the account, bank account, that person lost a lot of money.
Right. They were skimmed.
And yeah, that was someone in the line on the same store, grocery store, and picked up the signals from her card.
Right.
Yeah,
So
it's
they had
not-
contactless cards, and they were skimmed.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't your card doesn't emit a signal. It will echo a signal when it's hit with a particular frequency. And yeah, if people got skimmers in their backpack, they just get near you and it'll bounce off and take your card information, and within minutes you're done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And, they do that here in the States with that, and they also do it with the plastic, like the overlay skimmers on credit card machines. They lay it on top of it. It looks just like your credit card, or just like the machine. It covers it, and when it goes in, it has a secondary scanner device to get your chip or your mag strip,
Yeah.
and it saves that data. And somebody goes in and just picks up the whole device and takes it home and downloads all the data and goes and steals everybody's money.
So after I heard that, I got me one of these because I don't, and that happened in the grocery store I usually go and buy my groceries. So
Right. So that's basically because of your knowledge of that, you read it somewhere, heard it somewhere, experienced it before, then you've adopted your equipment to suit your surroundings, basically. So how about the pen?
Yeah.
What's your reasoning for the pen?
first of all, I need a pen. I always need a pen because in my work I need to take the temperature on the groceries and I need to write those down, and I don't have a pen in the car. So this fills at least two functions: write with and take notes with, and break the window if necessary, if something happens and I need to get out of the car. So I can smash the windows with that. So that's and you can use this and for self-defense.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. It definitely has that, and there's quite a couple of scenarios where you'd need to break windows. That specifically, and then obviously as the self-defense, it's brilliant. It's a very good item.
Hey Daryl, how are you doing?
Hey Daryl.
Good evening, all. How you doing? You okay?
Yeah.
Good. I knew a woman who rolled her car into a ditch about 5 odd years ago plus, and she basically couldn't get out. Someone else had to come to her aid, a passing car, and smash the back window to get her out because both doors were jammed closed. And it was because of that scenario I'd bought myself a Rescue Me tool to smash the windows and stuff.
Good idea.
So yeah, I mean, we all learn from our experiences. So yeah, I mean, I think we've all seen RFID cases before and pens before, but it's interesting to see, actually hear why you particularly have got those. What else do you carry, Shadow?
Well, A flashlight.
Yep.
I have smaller ones. As well. So, but those are not that bright. So this is much brighter. So this will come in handy too.
Yeah. So it's a good solid metal one. You can use it as a weapon.
Yeah,
Obviously, for
exactly.
either blinding people or, you know, if it's got a knurled ends to it, you can.
And my keychain with a monkey fist with a 1-inch steel ball in this one. So you can use this for self-defense, and you can also smash windows on the car if needed.
Right. So without you know, going into depth and evaluating your your EDC there, Shadow. So that's primarily for, you know, secure of information and, you know, not only functionality but protection as well. You know, double use of items there.
Yeah.
Do you actually carry anything for survival?
Not really. I don't have pockets enough on my working uniform
Right. So
to fit that. But I have also my knockout spray.
right. So it's right. So we're gearing. So what you showed us there now is geared towards physical protection, physical survival, as well as information. So, you know, this is all you've got these through knowledge, and you've built up a set of skills on a sideline, you know, to aid your survival, really. So yeah, it's good stuff. So that's what I mean. So if you didn't have those actual physical items, the equipment, then you would have to improvise big time.
Yeah, big time.
And you know, with certain things, you literally cannot improvise. I mean, how do you know, you won't be able to take notes without a pen, obviously, and so on and so on. I mean, it all sounds simplistic, but when you translate that into a bigger picture, into crucial survival items, if you literally haven't got them, if you haven't got a knife in a you know, woodland survival scenario, life becomes a lot harder. You'll have to try and improvise through, you know, harvesting stones which you got sharp edges, or, you know, sharpening flint and all of this sort of stuff. So this is when you have to branch away. You know, what sort of a sideline really from your knowledge base and your skills base is the fact that you can build up a certain set of knowledge, which is sort of, you can read it from, it's black and white, you know, from books and stuff. Skills which are harvested over time, and you learn to manipulate materials and items, which you hone. But remember, you know, skills can be forgotten, skill fade.
Yeah.
So, you know, improvisation is sort of in the middle of those two as well. Sort of a combination of skills and knowledge. If you haven't got the ability to improvise, then you could literally, you could quite, you know, you could get stuck quite easily, quickly as well. So Daryl, what's your take on all this?
Well, yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, that, you know, having some basic skills, and if you haven't got the tools, you may have to start improvising. And if you do start improvising, you know, you have to say to yourself, well, I can't give up. I have to try different ways, and there's different ways of, you know, procuring fish. There's different types of method. I think, did you quite some time make a video about funneling the fish into one part of the river? PV.
Yeah, I was in there up in north of England, and we found this stream, and I thought it'd be a good sort of little bit of practice to move all the rocks around to make a sort of a fish funnel trap. Obviously, didn't stay there for any length of time to see if it worked, but you know, my knowledge was able to put it into practice. Yeah, I didn't see the results though.
Oh yes, all things like this is great. Different ways other people might maybe use their head net for making a sort of impro fishing net. You might have paracord, improvise a fishing line. You might not have hooks. You might have safety needles in your wallet. I don't know how many people carry safety pins. How many of you guys carry safety pins in your wallets coming in? I do.
And I forgot,
actually,
I always carry a lighter on me.
No,
Right.
Safety pins. Safety pins.
I do, yeah. From my side, I do, and then not just that, but if you've like, for those people that checked in on my content every now and again, it's almost a documentary of how well I am at looking after my utility belt and my EDC, for the most part. Just to answer Venerable Owl's question, I never leave home without my, and the moon bag or fanny pack, whatever you want to call it. But essentially, I call it my utility belt because of like the fact that I've always got my multi-tool in it, as well as everything that I need in my wallet, and then just general EDC kits as well that's in there. And I never ever leave home without that. I also, for the most part, always carry a backpack with me, and I have a couple of items in there. But I'm very much somebody that's always an advocate for people to carry like a pretty good EDC with them as well. So 100%. Like you can check in throughout the years, and I've always had, when I'm out there in the field, I've always had an EDC with me.
So if it came to improvisation, you'd be well ahead because you've got quite a few things already on you to improvise as well if you needed to.
Well, if you carry the right gear, well, this is the whole reason behind EDC, isn't it? You carry
Hey,
something
Selena, good to see you, man.
for a reason to aid your survival in case of, or to make your life more convenient for yourself. But I wouldn't carry anything really with the target of aiding improvisation. It's like the old argument of carrying a bow drill set into the woods. It's pretty much pointless because you should have adopted the skills and knowledge and practical skills to make a bow drill set in case of. If you want to go into the woods and you want to have the ability to make any sort of fire in case of, then I just take a lighter in the field with me. However, you should already have the skills and knowledge in case you haven't got a lighter, or you lost it, or it's been destroyed.
Well, I'm saying if he's got all the gear, if it does come down to it that he has to lose some of the stuff, because you do hear some people say, well, if I've got to lose it, if you do have to maybe lose quite a lot of it, he may still have something on him that can be useful. I mean, you're right. Maybe coming across a bit wrong there. Yeah.
So all right. So a classic example that would be duct tape or gaffer tape. It's a key item that everyone has, and a lot of people don't like to be left without. But it's so useful in terms of improvisation, bodging things,
multi-purpose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
From firelighting to repairs to first aid.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny actually how people categorize certain things. I mean, I would class bushcraft firelighting as a skill, but you need knowledge in order to implement it. You don't need any equipment. Well, you could arguably say you need a knife or a saw or an axe to process the wood, but you know what I mean?
There's loads of ways. Even a nice piece of steel. If you find a piece of steel, a nice piece of flint.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So this is the whole crossover, isn't it? You need the knowledge in order to get the flint or harvest it from the ground. If you're in a flint area, you've got to have the knowledge to know what type of material will cause a spark with that flint and where to find it. Or you could say you don't need that, but it will result in a long period of trial and error of picking up various different materials to make a spark, where as if you had the knowledge to begin with, you would know where to go to straight away and save yourself effort, really.
I watched this video with Ray Mears, and he went to see these people that lived in the bushes. They were still completely off grid, and they were using lighters. And he said, "Oh, they're using lighters. How come you're using lighters? Don't you know how to make fire?" And he's like, "Well, we kind of lost that skill a long time ago because we found it easier to just walk 13 miles and buy lighters." Anyway, Ray Mears said, "I'll tell you what. How about if I show you how to make a fire?" There is a documentary about it where Ramirez starts to show them how to make fire, and the guy's like, "Wow, you've made fire! Wow, I must relearn that skill." And Ramirez retaught them how to make fire. It was really interesting.
Yeah, I saw that one. They had problems in getting. They could make an ember, but they couldn't actually progress it, could they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Dios.
Hey,
Jill.
Hey, dear.
real quick, because like I said, I didn't plan on really being in here, but I was just going to show to answer the whole question. Does anybody carry safety pins? I don't have safety pins, but I've got something. It might work. My buddy Aid, he's from England, but he got me into stuff like this. The stuff he's got is made by True Utility, and I can't really get that over here in the U.S. So, but it's these survival cards. This was supposed to be advertised on Amazon as wallet size, but these are a little bit bigger than your standard, photo ID, driver's license, or credit card. But they are pre-cut. Like they've got double-end fish hooks. They got sewing needles. They got J hook style fish hooks. Got arrowheads, knives, blades, saws. So we got some saws. Got a couple different kinds of saws. Got another arrowhead. Got smaller little J hooks. I don't know how well you guys could see that. I'm trying to put some contrast on there.
Yeah, very good.
But I picked these up on Amazon. I'm not sure who the heck makes these because, I have no idea who makes these. I just remember picking them up on Amazon. I ended up picking up 2 sets of them. But maybe one of these days I might demonstrate, see how well these work. But they also come with like buttons and stuff like that. Yeah, there's probably about 6 different cards. Like this one even comes with a little fork. Another knife, another arrow. It looks like a couple more saw blades and a couple different needles. Got a couple barbed needles on this one. Another little fork implement. More arrowheads.
Frog gig.
Yeah. The smaller one would definitely be like more of a frog gig.
Yeah. I love that, Dios. I think that's very functional. And a person should ask themselves real quick, imagine in a situation where you don't have any of that, right? And then even if it isn't like the most long-term sustainable items, the whole mentality that goes into those specifically is if you can imagine out there in the wilderness as well, if you don't have access to those specific pieces of metal and then you introduce those to your kit, it's incredible. It makes it such a huge difference. You will absolutely, like I can guarantee you, any of us here, if we had to have like a 6-monther, like roughing it right now out there, not having that compared to having those cards as well is such a phenomenal difference. I love it, Dios. Much respect.
Yeah, and that I appreciate it. Yeah, and like I said, and that's the way I view it. They're probably not that great, but imagine how much time you'll be saving yourself not having to go through the effort of making an axe head or making a knife blade or spearhead or an arrowhead from rock or flint or chert or whatever, natural resources. Yeah.
Oh, that's definitely useful to process small game, small fish.
And like
birds.
I said, those came with there's 3 different knife blades that those came with. A couple of those knife blades, they've got holes in them. So you could use cordage and bind them up with a stick and make it into a spear shaft if you needed to. But like I said, they're not great, but they, again, it'll save you so much energy and so much, effort, time and effort trying to figure stuff out. And then the other thing that's really hard to make in, nature is trying to make a saw blade. There's several different saw blades that those came with. Again, they're probably crappy blades, but they're better than nothing.
Yeah.
Specifically, if you want to do a bit of woodcraft. absolutely. If you want to get a little bit of woodcraft done. And the thing is, you're not trying to catch like giant tuna when you're busy fishing out there in like creeks and rivers. It's like smaller rivers and that as well, you know. So a small hook like that is exactly what you need. That and a bit of cordage and you're sorted. Like you could honestly, for making fishing line, and we do so in the Scouts, where you make like, you take like roots themselves, like certain fibrous roots, of a lot of the local trees, work amazingly well. We're quite
combine those cards with ShadowScoutSwede's monkey fist, you know, and you just harvest the paracord from his monkey fist and take the little individual strands, the fibers apart on the cord. You've got quite a bit of cordage, and you know, got some decent survival tools. Pair that up with, you know, like ShadowScoutSwede was saying, a lighter. You've got most of your survival instruments taken care of.
And then dig in the soil for a little bit. You'll find yourself a couple of bugs and some worms, and then you can like hook yourself up with a good little fishing kit there.
Or if needs be, actually, you know, have to, more than likely might end up eating the insects.
Well, those worms can prove to be incredibly good bait if you like know which areas of the river to fish, and specific rivers as well. I think a lot of places though, that's where we're lucky. South Africa has a lot of untapped nature. So a lot of nature that's kind of, you know, just completely left untapped. So a lot of, you know, fish reside in our rivers still. So we're lucky in that way.
Yeah. But anyhow, I'm going to hop off. I'm going to go back to doing my work. I'm right now eradicating a tree. I'm burning the tree stump so it doesn't grow back. I'm just trying to watch it go out of control. Okay. But yeah, you got Daria Love. He brought up the safety hooks. You know, the safety pins. Again, I don't have any safety pins, but that's probably the next best thing.
Well, I mean, you could get a couple now. Just stick them in your wallet and forget about them. You know. And if someone asks for a safety pin, you could say, "Yeah, I've got a couple." Very handy in you know, for if your button breaks on your trousers, a shirt button.
And I've had I guess from the standpoint, safety pins. You know, not necessarily using it from fishing hooks, but I've had to use a few safety pins in the past when I've had like the crotch of my pants rip out. I've had the crotch of my pants rip out a couple different times. You know, I had that happen to me when I was climbing, you know, off the top of the concrete mixer on my concrete truck. Yeah, just you know, without warning, the fabric
for the ages. Good to see
fabric gets all frayed up, and then all of a sudden it just rips, and it's just a complete catastrophic failure.
Yeah, I've got a couple of safety. What do you call it? Some sewing needles as well. You can put in your wallet. Very handy.
Yeah, and see people do like the little chapstick container sewing kits.
Even them, yeah.
Hey, Grumpy. Good to see you, brother.
All right, anyhow, I'll get out of here. I was just gonna continue listening in the background, but thanks for having me on, guys.
Take care.
Thanks for inviting me there. Yeah, later, PV. Guardian, Chef Tech, right?
Yeah.
See ya.
But yes, it's a good time to read up. I mean, I think PV was talking about reading stuff as well. I think it's a good idea. There's good little books out there that are very small and compact, very handy to carry. The very famous one is one of the famous ones is Lofty Wiseman's SAS Survival book. It's got lots of different survival tips and you know, things in there that you could you know, carry a small little book like that with you, and you could sort of practice small things each day.
Yeah, we'll keep it with you. I mean, you know, I've heard loads of stories, different people with the Lofty Wiseman SAS Survival Manual, the little tiny one. A lot of people carry them in there, put them in emergency bags, evacuation bags, bug out bags, and so on, because it's you know, a condensed, you know, oracle of information in that book, really. Yeah, there we go.
Fantastic book, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly the one I'm on about.
There you go.
That's the one, yeah. Covers shelters, even how to go fishing, loads of different things. Yeah, very all round. So books like this is people might specialize in certain subjects. Someone might be a mechanic. He might want to carry a little add-on, to the SAS survival book. You might want to carry a little mechanic book, or someone might be a chippy. Someone might be, what did you say about the guy who was able to make a washing machine engine, or who could make things? Who's going to have that kind of skill?
Who's your MacGyver? We all know who MacGyver was. Can make anything out of anything.
The original, not the remake.
Yeah, the original. Let's repair a piston in an engine with a pair of jumper cables and a nickel. I remember that one going, yeah, that crap doesn't work, but it looks cool on TV.
My favorite one was his radiator broke, so he put some boiled eggs in there. Some raw eggs into the radiator cap, which in theory is supposed to work.
It might work for a minute or two.
Yeah.
So we keep talking about, it's like, okay, I carry all this. Do you literally carry pocketfuls of everything everywhere you go every day? I don't. I mean, depends on where I'm going. If I'm just going my daily routine with my job, I got a backpack in the truck, because at worst, I'll be about an hour's drive from my house, which equates to about a day, maybe 2 hours drive. At most, about a day's walk. So I just carry what I know I'll need for that.
Hey, Bob,
if I'm just going to the store, I just carry my Leatherman and a couple other little, call them trinkets. But I don't.
It's a very good question. Can I rely on my skills and knowledge to survive? I think that's a very honest question and needs honest answering.
Yeah, it was your suggestion for topic, so I picked it for today.
Fantastic, and well, it's a combination. It's a combination of having skills is definitely good, and knowledge is definitely good. But again, others mention fitness. Others mention.
It's almost you can almost say it's like the fire triangle. So on one end of the corner you need skills, the other corner you need knowledge, and the top of the triangle you need equipment. And with all those three combined, you could probably much get away with it. So that's general. Every time someone mentions survival, people think of bushcraft, out in the wilderness, plane crash, and so on. However, survival can extend to, the emergency preparedness equipment and gear. So if someone out there is preparing for grid down, for instance, or a crime wave or whatever it is, then the same sort of things apply. If you're looking at a long-term grid down, well, infrastructure's gone, and you get the cascade scenario where everything else tumbles along with it. You might have lots of equipment and lots of food stash, etc., but how long will that last? The clock is ticking.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so you need if you got seeds stored, for instance, you would obviously need the knowledge to grow those seeds, plant the seeds, and the skills to continually develop and ultimately cultivate and process it into food. So, go on, Guardian.
No, also having, in tandem to what you're saying there as well, is having a seed vault, a rugged and durable seed vault, so that you can grow certain crops quite quickly. 100% so. That's such an important thing to have. Just the ability as well to learn which crops grow the best, and how to look for certain parasites and diseases, how to combat them when the little crops are growing, to make sure that you've got food sustainability. And then one of the most amazing skills that a person should also learn is and master is genuinely just being able to relay your perspective to other people in a manner that's not manipulation. So having the capability to have others join your cause and your side in a way that benefits both of you mutually. So understanding what that really entails when it comes to people, and I think that people skills are absolutely one of the most important things. I'll always bring up community, but having the capability to have other people within your group then, because you were able to rally up a group together. I think that, and not rallying up a group as a leader, I think rallying up a group where everybody feels that they are, that they're a united front. And that in itself opens you up to skill sets of other human beings. So when it comes to the skills and knowledge, I'll always try and, tell people to sharpen their skills wherever possible. But the best skill that a person can ever have is the skill of other people. And you only get that from genuinely, and people will pick up on your bullshit. Like, sorry for the cussing, but like people will pick up on your lies if you lie to them as well. So be honest about your integrity. You be honest about your intention, and also just have integrity while talking to others. And it does help to, it does help to be physically in shape, that people do, tend to listen a bit more. I'm not saying be a bully. I'm just saying it does help when people see that you take yourself seriously. It really does.
And I was thinking about something when it comes to rely on my skills and knowledge to survive. But what will happen if you hit your head so you get a memory loss? How would you deal with that? In that case, you need to have skills that is in your muscle memory.
So to twist that one in a whole different direction, if you hit your head and lose your memory, you'll have no idea that you ever had any skills. So you're just probably done a drooling mess at that point. Sorry.
Evie, what's that program that does survive? Is it the chubby guys? I don't want to be offensive to anybody. It's supposed to be larger lads.
Yeah, well, I've just come back, so I caught the last end of the conversation. Creek Stewart, Fat Guys in the Woods. Is that what we're about?
Right, yeah, because Vulnerable Al just put there, where can folks that are new to preparedness obtain new skills to aid in survival? So I thought perhaps if they start watching some shows, maybe start watching some different types of videos, and that program, Vulnerable, is
it's a difficult question, really. I mean, you could start with by gaining interest through watching these TV programs, because a lot of them are quite manipulative and they're geared towards audience retention and this sort of stuff. Although a lot of them do have some valid survival points and tips. But I suppose a good one, like we said there, Creek Stewart, Fat Guys in the Woods, will be, that's a good one to start off, I suppose. Aside from that, read as much as you can. And ultimately, I would go on a course, really. Depends which survival skill you're really talking about. Bushcraft survival, boreal survival, desert survival, Arctic survival, and so on. It depends on what your specific need is. But definitely a course. I did a video on this, actually. If you want to delve into my archives. It's assessing what you need, where you get it from, and who you go to get it from. And if you're within a group or a party, then you obviously need crossover skills, so that you're not the sort of the only link in the chain for the person who knows first aid, for instance, or you're not the only person who knows how to run the generator, or you're not the only person who knows how to grow food. Everyone's got an overlap somewhere along the line, so that if someone goes down, you haven't lost that capability completely.
Another thing as well is it's going to be extremely important for people to make themselves irreplaceable. So if you have dependence on your current capabilities, I know not everybody has the ability to go hiking and camping as often as I do. I really, for the most part, I really thoroughly enjoy that element of life where I can go hiking. It takes me like a minute and a half to walk to a hiking trail here locally, and I can go on like a really solid hike. I'm just going to shops, just going to get some groceries, and I can go for like a really good hike. So I do that consistently. But if I wasn't able to, say for example, I was in a wheelchair, for example, when I say make yourself irreplaceable, I mean the best thing that a person can do is have a certain skill set that they can provide for a group that makes themselves like have an extremely high level of importance. So a person in a wheelchair could, for example, be a really good fisherman, like in certain ways, where a person can like be at a certain spot. I know people that own wheelchairs that love fishing to bits because it's like something that they're still capable of fully doing while like being, in a wheelchair as well. Also, if you were disabled in any way, you're capable of learning a lot of information or capitalize on your strongest skill sets. So whatever you have right now as part of your personality, your hobbies, whatever that may be, how can that be applied to any survival scenarios? And how can you increase that level as well? Like, how could you increase that capability that you've got to be as proficient in whatever it is that you are taking on as you can be? And I think that really resonates throughout all different types of hobbies and interests that people have. So skills and knowledge base to survive also extends to a person's own willingness to increase their own level of skill as well consistently. And you don't need to be a jack of all trades. In fact, you should, the whole jack of all trades, master of none, right? You should try and specialize to a certain degree.
Hey, Bob.
Be willing to learn as much. Oh, Bob, hello. Good to see you.
Hey.
Yeah, good to see you too. You guys are going to listen to the shifty South African?
Holding the flock, Bob. You know what it is, bro.
I know. Good to see you too.
How's your weekend been going? I'll let you eat first. Sorry. Go ahead, Shadow. If anybody else has comments in the meantime, good to have you with us.
First of all, I just want to mention something at least. This is off topic, but this person, Selena the Celestial, she is a new YouTuber. So it would be nice if you guys could visit her channel, watch her videos.
You got a link?
Yep, I can arrange that. So
Yeah, sure.
So pay her. She started her channel January 4th this year. She is new to YouTube. So she has 180 followers. So it would be nice if she could get a few more. It would be nice because she's an awesome woman, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
Lives in Australia.
people don't actually, if people don't want to subscribe because it's not their thing, at least put a comment or two in various videos, Yeah, put the link up there, Shadow.
Is she a sexy Asian chick?
No, she's not Asian.
Oh.
Welcome to the stream, and yeah, I'll definitely.
There is her
Okay.
channel link to the channel. So,
All right, I'll go connect with her right now, Shadow. If you recommend, she's a solid person. If you recommend.
yeah, she's a really good woman. She's a Christian, and,
Good.
and she has good videos, and she's a devoted believer in God. So,
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see here.
you will like her personality because she's so nice, a good-hearted person.
Here we go. I'll leave her a comment right now.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
Explorer with Meg, good to see you, man.
I think if you solely, you're relying solely on skills and knowledge is possible in theory, but when it comes to the realism and put it into practice,
I just want to help you out, Selena. Don't worry. I do the advertising for you.
Good of you, Shadow. Good. Noisy neighbors.
So if a person actually took preparedness and survival, like if they really was quite serious about it. The best thing that you can do is stay informed, and I mean like stay informed in a manner that's like unbiased as well, and that is of global news, not just any particular country. I mean, it's important to stay on track of what's happening around the world, but the best way for you to be warned is, pre-warned, is to understand what's happening locally on a daily basis. And I don't mean consume yourself either, like just like take in as much as you can. A person does get a bit overloaded with it, so actually you need to detox yourself every now and again too, where you'll take like maybe even like 2-3 days kind of just away from it, all the political side of things and that type of thing as well. But it is very important as somebody that is into preparedness to consistently be aware of what is happening around the planet. And at the moment, things are, it can also be very interesting. So yeah, just stay in tune.
And
I agree.
I can tell you a little bit more about Selena. That is, she's a basic prepper. She's interested in it. So that
Good.
So I hope we can teach her a lot of, give her more knowledge.
I hope so.
So we have to do our best. So
yeah, I was what Guardian was saying. What I tend to do, Guardian, is when I get a little overwhelmed with all this stuff, I got a nice music playlist, and I put music on, on my headphones while I'm doing my housework, whatever. I can't be bombarded with this stuff all day, all night. I've got to take a break once in a while. Yeah, left you a comment, Selena. Hello, Kaylin.
Am I looking at the right channel? Is this the tarot card reading stuff?
yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay,
Mhm.
got it. Yep. Yeah, I'll check out a couple of videos later on.
Yeah. She's really awesome, actually, and she is a devoted believer in God. And
Good. Anyone who wants to help themselves are welcome in,
yeah, and I was on another live stream when I noticed Selena, and I checked her channel out, and okay, I watched the video, and then I hit the subscribe. Okay, done, because she's so awesome.
Can you find any more sexy Asian chicks, you think, or what?
Oh Lord.
Hey, Bob, don't you already have one?
I do.
Well,
I
then you're
do.
good.
No. I want to gather and choose, man. I'm greedy.
Oh, okay.
I'm greedy.
You need a harem. Gotcha.
A harem, yeah. Mm-hmm. In fact,
Okay, that's awesome.
my little Filipina is in the kitchen cooking right now. Here's what do you call it? A water sanitizer. I just got that from Amazon just now. And it's a 3-part. It's like a double boiler to sterilize water. Yeah.
That looks nice. Better than the first one.
I agree. It's so much simpler. There's no nonsense,
That's like a coffee percolator type thing. Like it boils in the bottom, steam goes up around, and then drops through the middle one and stays there.
Exactly.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yes, exactly. Here's the center chamber for it. It's a double boil. This is a top that condenses, but the steam comes up through the hole right there and goes against the bottom of this one, and it condenses it back into a liquid.
Yeah, you can just keep some cool water in the top. It's enough to condense the steam back to liquid.
Yes, Yeah.
Just don't boil it to the point where everything in the bottom pot is gone, because you're just going to put all those chemicals, or not bacteria, but everything else is going to wind up there too. So you got to watch your levels.
Mm-hmm. I'll do some. I was saying to the wife today just now, that brings me back to she's my wife's eating her coffee and bread for breakfast, and I come out and she's watching the TV, and I go, hon, I'd like to test this thing out, but I need the stove as soon as you cook breakfast. I'll leave the stove open. So, hint, 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 hint.
Yeah,
I'm hungry. So she threw me those couple of dinner rolls and goes, "There's some bread, mister. Go. I'll call you when it's done."
Go make me a sandwich.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't even get that, brother. She just gave me some bread. Yeah, that's all I got. Bread. That's it. There you go. Here's some dinner rolls. Eat that. Eat that. Now, shoo, get out of my kitchen. Get out of here.
Yeah, and don't mess with your missus, because she would stand behind you and with your flip flops.
Well, it was kind of cute because she's got a new job, and where the women, I love them, but we need them. But my God, they're mysterious because she got a package from Amazon, and they're surgical caps, and she had to go put them on and show me. I said, "Aren't those cute?" All the women, I guess, at that hospital, they use those surgical caps like fashion, oh, okay. Yeah, they're cute, hon. Now cook breakfast. God damn it, I'm hungry.
Put a cat badge in it.
Mm-hmm. I'm hungry, hon. Come on. Here's some bread. Get out of here.
Welcome, Mother Earth Garden Club. Good to see you, ma'am.
So what's the topic today, guys? What's up?
Can I rely on my skills and knowledge to survive?
Oh, yeah.
There's like an offshoot of 2 weeks ago that I missed. I got nothing but my brains. Can I use it? And can I survive?
I suppose it depends on the situation, really, isn't it? It's
as you said earlier, PV, it is yes and no. It's yours basically in between.
Well, I mean, if you got a if you got someone approaching you in the street who's hell bent on killing you, and you haven't got a gun, then you're down to you haven't got any other pieces of equipment to defend yourself with, and you're in a barren area. You're literally down to your skills. For instance,
you're in fight or flight mode is like the ultimate of prehistoric skills.
Yeah. A random example there. It's unlikely that there won't be anything else that you could use or help you get out of the situation. But your knowledge can contribute to the your improvisation skills, or looking around you to use other objects that you can use as weapons that are at hand. So, I mean, I think you can only get so far, without equipment. Without equipment, then you're literally down to improvising, basically. And like I said, so combine all these two things, you can almost make a prepper triangle: skills, knowledge, and equipment. And without one, the other two sort of start to diminish rapidly. And if you're on a preparedness scenario, prepping for a grid down, for instance, and you're looking at heating, water, food, you obviously need the equipment to process all that. Otherwise, your life is going to be a lot harder.
Correct. Yeah.
you're then in the position where if you haven't got a cooker or a heater on standby, the most rudimentary type of cooker or heater, then you're then scurrying around to try and make one. And what do you make it from? Have you got the skills to make it to begin with? Have you got the materials that you can harvest to begin with, and so on and so on? It's like I heard a couple of stories once. When the most valuable things are the things you can't replicate. So there was a famous story of a group of Russians in the Tiger Forest who bugged out into the woods basically and never got seen again for about 20 or 30 years. And they were eventually found by some expedition somewhere, tried to reintegrate them into society. And they interviewed them, said, what was the most valuable items that you had? And they said it was their knives, their axes, and their cooking pots, because they were hard to replicate. Basically, they couldn't make them. From the forest, So even though you might have the skills to do it, the knowledge to do it, you really can't. It's like going back to the scenario where we were saying a couple of months ago. No one person can make anything anymore. No one's got the skills and knowledge to make the simplest item, like a pencil, for instance, from getting the graphite out of the ground, processing it, and going through the whole process of making, the perfect pencil at the end of the day. People have written about this sort of thing. But going back to EDC, you go back to your most crucial survival items, whether that's your EDC that you carry around day to day in your workplace or at home, or whether or not you make your EDC is obviously going to be different if you're out on the trail. You might have a little survival thing with your EDC in your combination survival essential item, which also comes back to essential items, the clothing that you wear, as we've said many times before as well. It's got to be able to support you in the environment you're in if you were to go unconscious or out of action.
One skill that a lot of people in the West, we've got it pretty easy. Like PV and I have been around the world quite a bit. And you realize that there's going to be a lot of stuff you got to learn it and understand you're going to have to do without a lot. And other people in other countries are used to that, but it's kind of a shock to us in the West. Do you understand what I mean? You're going to have to learn that mentality that you just can't have it. You have to do without.
It's there was a film based on a true life survival situation. I can't remember the name of the film, but the guy out of Harry Potter was in it. Anyway, it was based on an Israeli guy who got separated from his group in the Amazon, and he had to survive for more than 2 weeks it was before he got found. And when he came out of it in the end, he survived. He basically said, when it comes down to the hard tax of it, everyone has got it in themselves to survive. They just don't know it yet. So they don't know what they're capable of or what they will do when they are pushed to a certain level.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah, and that could come back to almost another element, not knowledge, not skills, but exposure to inoculating yourself against situations. If for instance, you could use this example loosely, I suppose. If anyone has gone to see an operation in a hospital, for instance, you get people who faint because they're not used to seeing the sight of blood or anything like this, whereas people who've seen it 3, 4, 5+ times, it would be second nature to them. So
yes.
Inoculation to a certain experience or event is a bit different from knowledge and skills. You could know how to treat people in a first aid setting, and you could have basic first aid skills because it's all simulated, but the additional factor is the mind factor of seeing blood or trauma or experience in a situation where people might faint or not crumble or not be able to handle it at all. So that's an additional strand, I suppose. I'm not sure what you'd call that. The emotional aspect, or
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that comes down to where people can kind of feed off of each other, like in a situation like you just mentioned, where the blood and guts and all that. My wife would walk right through it and not bother her a bit, but to me, it'd be a little shocking, So,
Same for me. It would be pretty shocking.
But for her, getting sprayed with blood, no big deal, Just
when we used to see this when we were parachuting, and after the first 2 or 3 times parachuting, you've never done it before. You're staring at the aircraft, wide-eyed like a scared rabbit, thinking, "What's going to go on? Is my chute going to open, and we're going to get killed, and we're going to get entangled, and so on and so on." And then 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 jumps later, you'll think, "Yeah, come on, let's go." You're not really bothered about it. And same sort of thing. The more you're exposed to certain extreme events, the less you'll become blasé about it. Really, you get used to it.
You get used to it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's just like I can remember Afghanistan, Bosnia, Kosovo, all the same sort of scenario. First day in theatre, Bosnia, for instance, classic example. First day in theatre, you jump in the back of a Land Rover, you make your way to 6-hour drive, and up to the camp you're going to be established from, and you're on the back of the wagon, body armor, helmets on. You're staring around, thinking everything's a threat, and then by the time you come back, sort of 6 months later, no body armor on, no helmet on. Yeah, nothing's going to happen here, etc., etc. You become a bit more used to it and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Garden Club says she is an RN. I would be fine seeing blood.
Yeah, I'm reading Galen Strange's comment. Yeah, if you. Yeah.
Another example of exposure, I suppose. They're used to seeing dealing with patients and so on. Although I've heard stories of nurses who still have to, they know a trauma's coming in, they still have to go around the back, take a swift drink beforehand. Yeah. I've heard of a pilot, Harrier pilot he was, GR9 Harrier pilot. And before he got into the aircraft, he had a quick, swift tot of whiskey to prepare himself mentally to get in there.
Embrace yourself.
Courage. Yeah.
I know that speaking on that topic, my wife's very well rounded in healthcare. She's worked at a lot of different jobs, and she used to have a side job going up to the city of Seattle in a children's hospital. Now she's hard. She can handle a lot, but she worked there for about a year, and I could tell that working with children was hurting her on the inside. Do you know what I mean? Sick kids and hurt kids and all that, and I and I could tell. I know her, and I said, "Hon, why don't you just, because she'd come home from working that job, and she's just shook up from children, and why don't you just resign from there and go work somewhere else? I think it's time, because you guys understand what I mean. You can see an adult hurt or bleeding or screaming or whatever, and it doesn't affect her, but little kids, and she's a mama, so yeah, time to move on, babe. Why don't you go find another place to work?
Yeah. I've heard lots of stories and I've mostly read things about people in why do people survive and this sort of stuff in various key events like tsunami in the Far East and plane crashes and so on and so on. And training comes into it to a certain extent, but and also an element of luck when it comes to any sort of crash. But if people can comprehend, take time, and see what's coming and know what to do. That is a massive step towards surviving. And some people, without any sort of pre-training knowledge or exposure, have sort of got it in them naturally to. It's in their nature to react in a certain way to aid their survival. Right. So Selena Siestal says, "What does pre-exposure mean? Can you give me an example?" Right. So the blood example, for instance, a lot of people are afraid of the sight of blood, and a lot of people go faint, or they actually faint when they see blood or some sort of traumatic injury. So an example of that would be if you're continually used to seeing this sort of thing, you're almost getting dumbed down to the sight of blood, and you get to the point where it doesn't bother you anymore. So that's what I mean by that, Selena.
Yeah.
There's other examples to a very, all other host of incidents. It's just like, for instance, COVID. When the wave of we could see this thing coming to our shores, and we the hints were lockdown would come in, and people were saying, lockdown, what's this going to mean, and all sorts of stories are flying around. If someone was to mention it again now, because you've already been pre-exposed to it, people will say, okay, we know what to expect. Would be an answer to so many people. So it wouldn't be as bad of a shock to the change of a normal lifestyle. I think it's something which impacts people more when there's no pre-warning of it. I mean, if you were to be, I think there's a series of experiments where they've got a couple of guys in a room, and they've flashed a load of images on a screen in front of them, and without any pre-warning whatsoever, they don't know what the images are. 1 minute it's a sunny field, a couple of rabbits running around, a dog, and the next minute they show a graphic car crash. Because they're not expecting that sort of thing, they react more. Whereas if you knew it was coming, you could mentally prepare yourself for it. Here it comes, there it is. So, pre-exposure, hand in hand with knowledge as to what to do in the event of, and the skills to carry it out, and pile on top of that, functional equipment, and you're nearly all the way there.
So living with a lot of negative news locally too is pretty great. Just speaking from experience, and then just like expecting, like living growing up, I think in an impoverished manner helps with that too, when it comes to being durable against different scenarios. And I don't usually speak much about like my youth in that as well, but I really we were never poor, because poor is a mentality, and we always had like security and support in our home, which is a lot more than other homes have, even though we didn't always we like struggled together. But yeah, I think that having a rough early childhood definitely helps quite a lot in being resilient to certain things and understanding what matters. It gives you context and allows you to have a good perspective of the value of people, it really does. And learning to rely on others through hard times, and making friends quickly too, because of just now out of a need for survival.
Mental resilience. That's a good thing you just mentioned there.
Yeah.
Mental resilience.
Yeah, I agree.
So the key question is, how do you build up mental resilience?
Experience.
Yeah, that's a good question. Experience.
Knowledge, pre-exposure, life skills, life experiences, and so on. I can see where you're coming from there, Guardian, because
I do.
Yeah.
I see it in my wife, how she grew up. So they know how to the people in other countries who grew up with very little, they know how to get around and manage and still be able to smile and be happy. It's a different mentality outside of the Western countries.
Not so much of a culture shock.
No, for them it's nothing. Just we'll just do without for now, and we still have a little bit to eat here and a safe place to sleep, so life's good, you know.
Very well said, Bob. You hit the
Yeah.
nail on the head. Even when we've got to like loan from the local little small superette shop or something like that, we're extremely grateful for the opportunity to be able to like, you know, have people close to us as well that'll like help us out here and there. And looking at the silver linings of things, you know, and knowing as well that there's a lot of like having. So one of the greatest things that you can have, and I'll mention it here as from a South African perspective, is that we are faced consistently with people who have very, very little, and it is an abundance. We're never too far from a local area which is struggling greatly, and it reminds us very frequently how lucky we are if we do have 4 solid stone walls. Even just having like 4 walls around your wood walls, and you know what I mean by that, but like
I do.
just having like a secure home and having food and knowing that our children have food, because there's a lot of people that don't have the comfort of having that. It's really, it's something that I guess enhances a person's resilience, is knowing that tomorrow, you know, that you can't stress too much about tomorrow as long as you can just take care of today and find the happiness and joy. And that's what you said there, 100%, Bob. It's about getting through it, you know, and just silver linings, 100%.
I saw an example of that once at my family's home, and they were having a neighborhood party festival. And the men were singing and drinking beer and all that, and I saw this humble little lady walk into my brother-in-law's house, and she went to the woman of the house. She's got the neighbor lady's got a little babe in arms, you know, a little toddler, and she walked in and talked to the lady of the house, my sister-in-law, and then my sister-in-law served her up a plate. And she was just one of the neighbor ladies who have a little bit of a hard time. She asked for food, and it was done automatically. You know, she just served her up a plate, had the babe in arms, and they were sharing the food. You know, it really humbles you. I mean, I didn't have to understand a word they were saying, but I could tell she was hungry, and so was her child. You know, those are things that really humble you, to realize that I've got more than enough, and she doesn't have any. It's like, yeah, I don't know how to describe it. It's just, God, we're so lucky. I mean, really lucky, you know. I don't know where I was going with this, but it humbles you. And this lady sitting there, and her baby are smiling because they're getting mouthfuls of food, and you know, and I don't know where I was going with this, but seen it, been there, done that, you know.
Yeah, I don't think people realise. A large majority of people in the Western world, they don't realise what a good position they're in compared to a lot of other people around the world who are struggling.
Yeah, life is a daily struggle for most of the world. And
we're very fortunate. We're very fat, and we're very sort of looked after, very, very well looked after. I've got a little idea for some people who would like to sort of get used to sort of their own skills and stuff like that. Maybe make a list of 10 things that you can work on. Like, for example, one might be shelter building. Can I go out and build a shelter without a tent, without a tarp? Also, can I make a stove? Can I make a fire that can actually get a pot going? Can I cook stuff in an open fire? I believe even the Cub Scouts, when you were young, you know, you cook sausages, and they gave you a badge for it. So you could tick a box and say, "Yep, I know how to cook stuff," or maybe catch fish, you know, cook it, or whatever is in your area. And other things you might have on your list, you can just say, "Right, I want to practice on these skills," and so that you can. The reason I said earlier about how it's a very honest question, and it's very needs an honest answering, because there can be the difference between life and death. If you say, well, I've got it, hold my beer, I'll hold your beer, go and sort this out, and then you couldn't do it. I think Peavy was, he told me this story about how there were certain people that he thought wouldn't crumble under certain pressure, and they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it two major times. Both instances. One guy was, everyone looked up to him. There's an echo.
Yeah.
Hello.
Echo.
Sorry, that was someone giving me a call. Sorry about that. I just declined. If that was me, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, no problem.
In these two instances, one was in one instance, one guy everybody looked up to, and he was the big hard guy in the place where I used to work. We deployed, and then within a week he had to go back because he asked to be sent back. He wasn't emotionally, mentally prepared for it. And the second time round, this guy was just inexperienced. He'd reached a certain rank through knowledge, basically, because he had a technical trade. Deployed, and he went on R&R, just didn't come back. Just didn't come back because he just couldn't mentally handle it, and he went down some sort of PTSD type route.
I've seen people break when I was in the military too. Yeah.
And you literally, everyone goes through certain. I've been in, in situations where it was just literally like a scene out of the scene out of Saving Private Ryan when he's trying to load his ammunition. His hands are trembling.
Yeah.
I've been in that situation where not under fire like they were or anything like that, but loading up ammunition, my hands were shaking that much because you thought, you were thinking about what was coming ahead, but you've got to rationalize and overcome it, and you got to reason with yourself, because if you go out of the loop, you're putting more pressure on everybody else around you, and you're effectively man down really through an emotional ineptness of experience, and I don't know.
Yeah, because you get some people, they're like even scared of insects. Oh, I can't go camping because I'm scared of insects.
Well, yeah. So phobias it's a strange thing, really. People say we're born with two fears: the loud bangs and something else. And everything else is down to experience, I suppose.
Selena has a point here. If you're not mentally healthy, it doesn't matter what you're doing in the world, you will not thrive or handle anything well at all. Yeah. And I agree with that.
Well said.
That's a good one, because in this world today, who is 100%? Come on.
I don't think anybody is 100%. Maybe 95.
Yeah. I think
there's always uncertainty which creeps in.
Yeah.
Is the next bullet for me? Am I going to die? Is that wave going to kill me? You're going to be hit by an asteroid, etc., etc. It depends on what level of uncertainty people put themselves into. So, but it's all weights and balances, isn't it? You got to assess and rationalize the risk, basically, and everything comes at risk, from going out in the street in the morning to investing in whatever markets you're investing in, and so on.
Selena says here, also in your situations in the military, for example, I imagine it's highly dangerous also to have someone who is not mentally strong on your team. Yeah, that is actually true.
Yeah.
That's why they do all these tests before they take you in.
They weed
And
you
don't
out.
step. Yeah.
I can. I'll just a second here. I'm gonna kind of bounce off of what this topic is. My experience in the U.S. Air Force, we were not riflemen. We were working on fighter planes. A great deal of responsibility for a 19-year-old kid, you know. And there were several in our squadron who were new, first time away from home, and you're given this immense responsibility. Several of the guys cracked, and it was up to the rest of us in the squadron to take care of them. You know, one guy even attempted a suicide, and that's where teamwork comes in. You've got to recognize that this guy's going through a really hard time, and where we all had to take care of these guys until they were able to gather their strength and get back on track. And that's a team effort right there. Because I remember one kid, Andy, he was having a tough time, and and we never left those guys alone. Never leave them alone when they're going through a mental crisis of any kind. Don't leave them alone for a minute. You know, Andy was in my shop, and I'd go fix the airplane, and I made sure he was in my sight. You know, and I don't know where I'm going with this, but you've got to take care of each other when someone's in a mental crisis. You have to, because no one else is going to do it. You know.
You also need to try to encourage others and know that they're supported before they end
Hey,
up.
how's it going? Good to see you.
Prevention in those cases is far superior to cure. Sometimes when a person has gone down like that type of mind track as well, it is very difficult to bring them back, and that's something that can really help you. So just making sure that you inform others that that you're there as to support them, you encourage them, and you let them know that they're not isolated. That they can also discuss their problems before a person gets too much into like a stressful situation. I'm going to be heading off here in a moment, but I think that it's important for me to mention something, and I feel that because we have I know we don't have a very large audience, but we have an international audience as well. So it is something that I'll quickly mention about. And I try to refrain from too much politics, and out of respect for Shadow Stream, I won't mention too much about this topic. But what I will say is that as a South African who absolutely is obsessed with the United States, I really love America. I always have since I was a young kid, since Captain America. I always loved Captain America, and just the ideology of living in a place where everybody, regardless of what they look like, has an equal opportunity to reach for the stars. I love that idea. And I will always love the US based on that strictly. What's happening in the US currently, I won't speak on too much. But what I will say is that here locally, there is something that it's not too imminent, and I'll be as realistic with it as possible. But unfortunately, a bill has recently been passed, which is the expropriation of land without compensation from the African National Congress, the ANC government. And basically what that means is they're working alongside one of the far left-leaning communistic parties, named the Economic Freedom Fighters, to basically overturn land ownership rights from the civilians of our country. So essentially any land that they deem is valuable and worthwhile for them to grab, they can essentially come onto your property with very little argument or reason and basically take your land and your property from you. So as much as it's not turning into too much of an extreme thing yet, the fact that that bill is in play and in process right now means that what is happening from the US, even the fact that the current president and administration is willing to speak about it, I'm not going to be pro or against, for or against any specific president ever, because I believe in the US based on the people of the US, not the current president, the person who's in the White House. For myself as well, I'll always it's important that I speak about this from a South African perspective, because if I don't, how ill is it for the rest of my people in the country when I could have just gotten a little bit of an ear from a person that might be hearing this and actually understand that there's a lot more at play. So I'll close by saying that what is occurring here locally and what seems to be happening. And it's not imminent right now, but it is the foreground, and the cards have been put on the table when it comes to them being able to basically take land from us in an extreme way, and basically take our homes from us. And that applies to the home that I live in with my 2 daughters and my mom-in-law, and that as well. So our entire existence and our property is at stake. So I'm just letting you guys know that South Africa in the situation right now is not looking good, and it is good for the current administration to be speaking about it in a way that does not agree with the current political powers who are our leadership. So that's what I will say about it right now. I'm not going to speak about too much about politics, but heavy times.
On top of that,
get out of there.
I've just seen Trump has just made an executive order to offer asylum to anyone who's been taken off of their land and the Boers. The executive order was signed on the yesterday, actually. So,
get out of there, Guardian. Get your wife and children and come here.
So I reposted the executive order, and it says, if I can read it out here, let's get the point here. Number 2, it is the policy of the United States that as long as South Africa continues to these unjust and immoral practices that harm our nation, the US shall promote the resettlement of Afrikaner refugees escaping government-sponsored race-based discrimination, including racially discriminatory property confiscation. And it refugee resettlement and other humanitarian consideration. The Secretary of State of the Secretary of Homeland Security shall take appropriate steps consistent with law to prioritize humanitarian relief, including admission and resettlement through the United States refugee admissions programs for Afrikaners in South Africa who are victims of unjust racial discrimination. Such plan shall be submitted to the President through the Assistant to the President and Homeland Security Advisor. It's various things it goes on to there, but yeah.
Is there a date on that? Is there a date on that preparedness veteran?
Yesterday.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is amazing. You see, this is why I love America. Like, I'm sorry to say, but like, there's a lot of reasons where justice and rationality and logic reign supreme in the United States.
I'll send you a snapshot of the EO.
Can you get on that list and get out of there?
Yeah, that's what. As soon as I read that,
please do, my friend. Grab your wife and children and come here, man. You'll have to start all over again in life, but it's better than having someone walk in and take everything you've got, throw you out in the street. Well,
it could be something that we could definitely look at, considering the situation as well. And it would be like, for my biological mom and my mom-in-law as well. Safety because essentially just making sure that that they're okay for the most part. But it would be something to look into. And of course, we wouldn't want to. It's also uplifting and upheaving like our entire existence and everything that we've got here. Our friends, families, career. All those things as well that are entwined within South Africa. And I also love my country to bits. So it's like, I also am proud to be from South Africa. So it's like, there's another side where it's part of my identity, and the roughness that made me who I am today is exactly the part that I love about it. It's because I know to look over my shoulder consistently because of being like from here. So it has taught me in a weird way to be a survivalist. I don't think I'd be a prepper if I wasn't from here, maybe. Who knows? Yeah. So it's like, I think that it is something to look at. And I really appreciate everybody in the side chat as well. And thank you for your support. And
Guardian, I just want to say something as well before you go, brother. I just want to say you'll be in my prayers, and your family's in my prayers. And, other people that are struggling and are going through a similar situation are also in my prayers. And that's another thing. We need to pray for each other, think of each other, uplift each other.
Yeah.
In these times.
U.S. Embassy website. Go there and start filling out the applications for refugee status, if you can, please. Yeah. Come here, man. We will welcome you and your family with open arms here in the U.S. the average American are so used to having good immigrants come in, you know, and I know you and your family would be good immigrants. You'd go and come in here and start working right away and take care of yourselves, man. You're always welcome here.
I really appreciate that, Bob. Thank you. And that's definitely something to look at because, yeah, the situation. And this is, I also tread, like, I've been treading very lightly on how I talk about this. But I think that the most important thing just before I leave is I want everybody to also know that even though the media and the world would want you to think that it's extreme, it is a slow, gradual kind of frogs boiling in a pot type scenario. So it's not, you know, if you understand it from that angle too. And it's also not in any way about race. It's absolutely about like different types of people across the board. And I want you to know that South Africa is in a lot of ways really proud of the fact that we've got so many different cultures. We have so much diversity and like we all get along together. So it's not about any specific, you know, race in the political group and sphere as well. It's more just people on the ground trying to struggle together, and it impacts all of us. South Africa, it's rough down here, and we hope for a better future. But at the moment, yeah, our options are slowly being reduced. Anyway, have a lovely evening, everybody. And as you know, after the last 5-10 minutes, I did say that I was going to be leaving. Chat to you all soon. Bye for now. Bye-bye.
God bless you.
Guardian. Stay safe. God bless.
Just sending him a
really
screenshot.
Yeah, that sucks really how the situation has turned out down there.
Oh, that's scary. That's communism. That's terrible. That's terrible.
When I first heard Trump sign that order, he was the first one I thought of. I was like, holy crap.
He's already on top of it. You know,
that's good.
He's already on.
I just don't want him to.
First person I thought of.
I don't want that water to get too hot and that pot boiling before he can't get out.
Me too. I hope they can get out.
And I know there's enough of us here around the world, a bunch of us listening in the U.S. and that. We're all over the U.S. I mean, Bob, you're on the west side. I'm over here on the east side. There's a whole bunch in the middle, Texas and that. If he decides to do something, as long as he can get a hold of one of us, then, yeah, we can figure something out and give him a hand to at least get something going. So, you know, you don't really think about it until it starts to hit somebody that you actually, I mean, I'm not going to say I know him, but the fact that we're on a live stream together and we talk about just random stuff, it's like, yeah, I kind of feel like I do know him to some extent. But the fact that we have heard somebody say exactly what's going on, that hits a little harder than just the local news broadcast saying he signed an executive order doing blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree.
I agree with that too.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's terrible.
That is a lot of things
They would
that
be
happens
good.
around the
Him and
world
his family
these
would
days. So you never know what.
His family, yeah, they would be good immigrants here because they're honest, hardworking people. Yeah.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I come across it today. Surprised. The next one that I'm expecting to see is one offering the British people asylum.
You never know.
That's funny you should say that. I was sitting here thinking exactly the same thing. I could go to the American embassy here in London and say, I need to get out of London. I'm being persecuted. I'm a Christian being persecuted. I thought this was a Christian nation. I'm not sure anymore what it is. I think there's devils everywhere. And please get me out of here, like, you know, and
we was looking at, we was hoping that New Zealand would provide asylum for anyone.
Crazy.
Yeah,
everyone's seeking asylum from their own country.
Mm-hmm.
At first, they get us out of our villages to go somewhere else because they're crazy. They think they're God. So we run away, go to some other pasture. They chase after us. Well, they nick our villages because we've left them. And then we go somewhere else and set up other villages, and they come there and nick them villages too. Maybe everyone should just go back to the villages. If everyone just said, no, I've had enough of the city life, we're all going back to our forefather, you know, our sort of great-grandparents. They were farmers, they fishermen. They were like, you know, basic kind of working sort of off the land type people. We're going back. but we're like suckers for punishment. You know,
Yeah.
we want
Too late.
instant TV, instant food, instant relationships, instant this, instant that. You know, without no work. You know, and also you've got parents saying, "Well, I'm not going to have my children working hard." Like, you know, my granddad did, and his granddad did, and his granddad before him did, and his granddad before. I'm not going to have you. I want you to go to school and be wearing a suit and have an easy life. That was the ruin of everything.
They've made it into such a situation now where they don't have to pop a couple of kids out. You're sorted for life. They just handing money out hand over fist. What we need in Britain is a Doge version of scrutiny as to where money's going over here.
Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
You know, you got. I'm going to be careful how I say this, but there's more. That was a very difficult way to say this. Okay, so like in Britain, let's just say basically this, right? If you've got a wife in Britain and you happen to be on the social benefits, and you be of the people that can have more than one wife, let's say like that. I'll say it like that, and you can have up to 4 wives. And in Britain, if you're, you know, a lot of them, you can get benefit for the first wife, benefit for the second wife, benefit for the third wife, benefit for the fourth wife.
Yep, and benefits for your kids on top of that.
And benefits for all the children as well. So, you know, and then the money's not really being put back into the country. It's also being siphoned out. So, but there's also a lot of people at the top that are siphoning out a lot of money. I mean, if you see the top people, they've got like, you know, they say they're transparent, but they've got offshore accounts. There's loads of stories of people that have got.
Just look into the US aid situation and where the money's gone.
Yeah.
It's
Zelensky says we never got 200 billion. We got 76 billion. What are you talking about, Trump?
The rest of it was money
And
laundering.
he got 3 houses, a car, a truck. Oh yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Apparently, it's just come out that one of the beneficiaries of the money that was supposed to go into Haiti
went to Junior Hillary daughter. Yep,
Chelsea Clinton. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's money laundering.
$84 million.
Money laundering. It's a thieving. They're stealing. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
arms dealers are doing it. Everybody's doing it. It's a free for all. They're looting.
The other day, wife and I, we were watching a little bit of a news thing. She watches the news. I don't. I it's too much. But it made me feel so good to see how the guy was up on a work stand and removing the sign from the USAID federal building.
Yeah.
Now closed. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, they spend
we've
60 billion for the illegal aliens here, but only 3 billion for disabled veterans in this country.
Yeah.
What the fuck? You know.
Ridiculous.
Now there's so much more missing money that we don't even know about yet. Hopefully, and I say hopefully, it'll continue to trickle out, and everybody will start to lift their heads up out of the sand.
They're very, you know, anger's a business. If we can get everybody angry, it helps the court system, it helps the police, it helps everything. It helps the war, helps arms dealers. You know, just get everybody angry and divided and against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can understand auditing certain things and certain things coming out. Certain things will never come out. You know, I mean, it will be detrimental to security of the country. For instance, if you was to delve into the complete auditing of R&D, for instance.
Yeah,
you know, because then you're giving away sort of open source intelligence as to what's being spent where, and you know, AI analytical machines can quite easily put 2 and 2 together and determine where a country is focusing its efforts on in terms of defense, for instance. But you know, I mean, you know, NGOs and stuff like this, ridiculous. I've seen massive waste in UN deployments. I've seen, you know, money going to the wrong people. I've heard of one of the blokes I know. He used to work as an aid convoy truck driver in Bosnia and Kosovo. So he left the army and just continued doing that for the UN. And he he said some of the wastage and some of the things that just completely went missing, or he got told to do this and that. It was just ridiculous.
Blooming drug dealers. It all boils down to being drug dealers. The government's the drug dealers. You know, Vietnam, drug dealers.
I mean,
you know,
foreign aid, for instance, is, you know, why are we giving money to countries which have got their own space program? You know, it's a tool to leverage a country to make decisions or support various agendas as to the current area of situations going on around the world.
These people are very adept at what they're doing. They've been doing it for thousands of years, and manipulating the money system and getting everybody trapped in this system. You got families now. There used to be a time where one person could have a job in the UK, and his wife could be at home with the children, and the wages would cover the mortgage. They could even save up, go on holiday, have a car. But now you're hearing stories of couples that are both working, they still can't make ends meet. They still need to go to food banks. Police are leaving.
It's one sure thing to make people's blood boil, this sort of subjects. Honestly, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. They're hitting people right at the heart to make them angry. And then, of course, angry people, very, very hard to make decisions if you've got so many angry people. And as we've seen over here, you know, they've got angry people literally, you know, they're far apart and they're angry with each other. They bring them close together and they're shouting at each other. I mean, talking in terms of like protests, you might have people that have got protesting Palestine flags, and then you've got other people with British flags, and they're shouting and screaming at each other. The system love all that. They love it. They're having a cup of tea. They're having a cup of tea and scones. They're going, look, this is working. Our plan's working. Nice one.
Yeah. Look at him. Don't look at me.
Policy for
don't look at me. Look at him.
When you hold a demonstration in Britain, as well as the demonstration, they're allowed to have a counter demonstration that goes along on the same day. It's just stupid.
Crazy. Well, this is fuel on the fire, and you've got all these, you know, these so-called civilized people can't even have a civilized conversation. You know, if there was any sense of civil being civil, they'd sort of say, well, you know, we've got differences. Why don't we talk about? No, there's none of that. It's just instant. Like, come on, do you want to go? Let's go. Let's go. Let's have it. Let's go. Let's go. You know, come on. And then they all claim to be peaceful and for the righteous cause. I mean, well, hang on. Who's really for the righteous cause?
Well, I'm gonna depart from here, guys. But I want to leave you with this little thing to pay attention to. Was like yesterday they closed up the Federal Department of Education, and some of the senators were there screaming, and they wouldn't let them in the building. Pay attention to the people. Pay attention to the people that are screaming the most, because those are the ones who are receiving the laundered money. Those are the crooked ones. Yeah.
Those who scream the loudest.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Those are the biggest thieves. That's what they are. They are thieves. You know. So.
Yeah, they're good at playing the victims throughout history as well.
Mm-hmm.
And
guys, I'm going to bounce out of here.
Good night, Bob.
Right, so Bob, have a good breakfast.
Later.
Thanks
I can hear him whipping the egg right now, baby. I'm coming.
So, skills, knowledge to survive. After a little 15-minute rant of.
But it's interesting what Selena said as well about having that Can I ask you a question, PV? You know, in the stuff that I went through as a child, can that help people as an adult? Say, for example, because I've been in a situation where everything seemed to be the SHTF situation, I kind of grew up in that situation where it seemed to be survival every day. I mean, psychologically speaking, if everybody else is like cracking up about losing stuff, and I'm like, well, it was coming. We've been talking about this stuff for ages.
I've recently read a couple of books, and I've spoken to someone who's been on a detailed course recently about risk, basically how we perceive risk, how we manage risk, how we take it on, and all this sort of stuff. It wasn't in the books I read, but although they were about risk, but he was saying, this guy went on the course, that people's perception of risk and how they deal with things, especially on a psychological level, and how they react, it sort of starts when they're from the 8-year-old, 8 to 13-year-old sort of stage. So it's how you're nurtured as you grow up, and thereafter, that's sort of the seed that's planted, and thereafter it sort of develops into your life experiences. That's what I was told anyway, so which makes sense, I suppose. But you can live in hard situations, you can have a hard upbringing, and if you are, if you deviate from that and you start to become more well off and you live in more of a plush, threat-free life, then you can, your mindset can alter and change, and you can forget that sort of mindset, although it can be deep embedded, 50-50. But
what about some of these youngsters that are coming from war-torn areas? And
well, yeah.
And
So
they've been able to survive as youngsters in war situations, and they're opportunistic sort of people.
Yeah. So I mean,
if things go tits up here, will they be surviving better than the locals?
Well, people have got it in themselves to survive. They just don't. They just don't have the opportunity to do it, and they haven't implemented it yet. So these people who have had the chance to do it, then they'll probably be more quicker off the mark. That's what I'd guess, but I can't. It's obviously a speculative answer, really. But yeah, their mindset would.
Well, I mean, they're getting stuck in, aren't they? They're getting. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean that because they've been pre-exposed to it already, they would sort of have a mental head start, I suppose.
I think if they have a mental head start because they grew up in an environment that the only thing they knew was scavenging and trying to survive, putting them into I don't want to use it the wrong way, a more civilized society where they don't have to do that could be problematic at best.
Very. Well, of course, because all of a sudden they've got much more opportunities now. Where there were very few opportunities to get where they were, all of a sudden now it's like, wow, there's so many. I mean, someone stealing a Rolex watch, for example, could change one of their lives.
It depends on their ability to adapt to their new environment. If they want to,
that's what I was going at, is adaptation. Yeah.
Sorry.
So if they go to a new place, new environment, and they want to bring their old ways with them, then that's a failure to adapt. They should have stayed. If they want to come to a different country, maintain their mentality, and trying to make the new environment how their old environment was, then they should have just gone back and carried on doing what they were doing. Why bother trying to change in the first place? If you see what I mean?
Yeah, like they say, you can't bring there here without making here there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So I've got 5 minutes. Then that's my time. So
Okay, no problem.
I'm on a different location today. I'm on the.
Well, who's it benefit for them? Who's it benefit in ultimately for this situation to be as it is? Ultimately. Well, yes, bankers ultimately.
Which situation? Which situation?
Well, I mean the influx of lots of people going into different countries and
right.
causing sort of civil unrest. And I mean here in Poland they're completely intolerant to it, and yet other countries are not as much.
It was some sort of left-wing socialist agenda or plan.
Yep.
That hasn't worked out. So you could argue that we'll accept loads of people coming in, we'll integrate them into work, it will bolster up the economy, and so on and so on. However, the risks against that, as we've seen, is an elevated crime rate, a complete polarization of values and standards, and it's generally resulted into a big failure, as I can see it.
And yet, the mayor gets a knighthood.
Exactly, and you know, the big question is, what are these people fleeing from? These asylum.
Exactly.
You know, if there is,
Yeah, they're fleeing from some system that's really bad. Why would they want to bring that system here?
Well, no. What I meant is I can't see any war in France.
Oh, right.
You know what I
Get
mean?
you. Yeah, it's
So
true. Yeah, what
where
are
are
they
they
fleeing
coming
from?
from?
Yeah, it's true.
That makes you think. Why would? Okay, you have two islands. Let's just pick two fake islands. One of them is 100 million square kilometers. The other one is 50 square kilometers.
Yeah.
If you got that much space on 100 million square kilometers, why do you feel the need you have to come to the 50 square kilometers when there's barely enough space and resources there, and then try to get that small island to change into your big one? Why don't you just stay where you're at? You got plenty of stuff, and we'll come over and help you build something, not for a financial gain.
Yeah, these
but
people
just to show you how to get something done, and then you can make your own society over there instead of coming over here and trying to change our society into your society that you just left.
Well, we tried to do that initially. We tried to make their position a lot more tenable and, you know, facilitate the transition into a more civilized lifestyle, free from corruption and stuff. And we, you know, one of the routes that we tried to implement that into was by use of foreign aid. But that was siphoned, corrupted, gone down the earth spike, and gone.
Sabotage. It's almost like, well, we've got a good cause, and we failed at that good cause. Oh well. Let's try and move on to some other good cause.
Too many moving parts, making too much money.
Exactly.
Exactly. And to stop it. And when you got a weak management who are, you know, trying to say, you know, oh, we're all equal, you know, accept everybody, and all this sort of crap. It just doesn't work. I mean, we are literally in Britain. We are literally having our Biden moment now, and the only saving grace I can see is Nigel Farage and the Reform Party making drastic changes, because the other two parties in the last X decades, they're just like two cheeks of the same arse. Nothing's really changed.
Yeah,
you know. So anyway, that's we. It's a source of blood boiling conversation that we can't solve here and now. It's just
and we can't delve too deep into it without getting Sharon ejected off of YouTube.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and then at it's right. I'm now going to go to finish with that in my head now. So.
Oh, have a lovely evening. On that note,
yeah.
Well, don't go to bed angry. Just say right. I'm not going to go to bed angry, and
well, I've got to do my lockup routine now because I'm afloat. So
right, okay, yep.
Inverter off, battery check, coal wood, etc., etc.
What's the saying? Is it battens down or
batten down the hatches?
Batten down the hatches.
Yeah, that's a tank term, wasn't it? Or was it a submarine term? One of the two.
Submarine.
Yeah.
Dive.
You see, I'm now going to check the water temperature to see if it's hot enough for my shower. It's this thing off grid, you see. Everything revolves around water heating. So tomorrow I've got to make sure my water tank's full in case it's all the taps outside freeze. Orientate the solar panels, restock up with coal and wood, and then do all the usual checks that I do. Yeah, so right. Anyway, so that's it from me for now, and just send us a message, Daryl.
All right. Have a good evening, brother. Have a good weekend. Say hello to Mrs. PV, and God bless you.
Yeah, I'll send you a
We'll
message
catch
tomorrow.
up. All right.
Right. Catch you later,
Have a
Mark.
good one. Take care.
Take care.
Take care.
See you later, Shadow. See you in a bit.
Yeah, take care, Phoebe.
Yes, fantastic subject. Very good subject. Yeah, it's definitely highlighted the importance of having at least some basic skills.
Yeah, I agree. You can manage pretty good with the basics.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just to get yourself some shelter, to basically get a fire together. I mean, you can, it depends on the timing as well. I mean, you can go without food for 3 weeks, so
Yeah.
that's not going to be an initial, thing on the first few days. I mean, obviously, water, you can go 3 days. So the first day, you may having to just find some shelter, be it a cave, be it, bushes, or if you can make a shelter, even better. That's what I was saying earlier. If you can make a little list of things that you'd like to practice and try out. And it's funny, yeah, all these skills, what is in our family genes, if we go back far enough, they probably all knew how to build huts and process water and all these skills that we've actually lost.
Yeah, we don't want to teach. Well, not we. And there's those that just don't teach those skills because, like one of you said earlier, it's like, yeah, I don't want my kid to grow up with the hardships my grandparents did. Really? How the hell do you think you got here? Because of those hardships.
Exactly.
But I want them to be able to just sit at home and eat their Hot Pockets and play their video games and go on TikTok and then just get a job making $1 billion a year doing nothing.
Yeah, and say, well, I'm not doing what my granddad did, they made life easy for me. They don't appreciate it.
No, not a clue. And those are the ones that would be like, I'm just going over to DS's house when the crap hits the fan. He's got food.
Yeah.
Nope, sorry.
Sorry,
I feel bad for you. I'll pray for your soul, but yeah.
Again, the easiest, you can see the so-called civilization, again, the easy option will come to your house, like instant, like, everything, like, instant TV, instant meals, instant friend with preps down the road. Yeah, right.
Yeah, no.
All of us, and when you're prepping and you don't see them and they're just saying hi in their nice little flash Jeep or spending their money in all the wrong places, you've never once said, well, I'm going to come round your house and watch your 62-inch screen because mine is only 30-inch.
Only 30.
Fire Horse says, I'm seriously thinking of leaving Canada and going back home to Scotland. I hate leaving all my preps, but I can't take my skills. I learned a lot of them from my grandparents there.
Wow. So we're hitting some serious notes here. And actually, I used to dream about going back to Greece when I was a kid. Oh, my home country, Greek. Cool. I'll go back there. They'll go, long lost son from Greece. I went there. They were calling me an Englishman. I'm in England. They're calling me a foreigner. They're calling me a foreigner in England. I go home to Greece thinking, I'll just do a bit of Greek dancing. I'll blend in. As soon as they hear me talking, they're like, you English?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. But they want me to bring them presents over when I'm going over there. Yeah, bring me a generator. Yeah, bring me a shotgun. Yeah, I'll just get on the plane with a shotgun. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Just throw up my carry-on. I'll just tell them, don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. You're good.
No problem. No, a shotgun officer. It's just a shotgun from my cousin in the village. Oh, no problem. Greek we've lost our identity. They've stolen our identity. I mean, in fact, look at that. How sad is that you've got all these people, all these different nations had to run away to America because you've got this madman in the Vatican saying he's God.
Yep.
So they're like, well, we're protesting against that, mate, because we don't think you're God. We know about Jesus, but we think you popes are a bit dodgy. And all you've got to do is look at their history, and it's very dodgy history. And it's also, who are they? Who are these people that all of a sudden come to America. Well, it's in fact, it's not just, sadly, it's not all of a sudden. They've been there all along. Just people didn't know it. Family bloodlines. Who are they? You know, even if some Africans, some black people are amazed to find out that there was black families with black slaves as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've heard of the black nobility, but there's also people in America that had black families that had black slaves as well. So there's certain bloodlines that are hidden from people. I mean, how many people know the presidents of America are all related to royalty?
Pretty much all of them.
If not blood, they're related by fraternal order, the same club.
It's a matter of which royalty we're talking here. We're not just talking English royalty. There's other families that go back thousands of years.
Way back. We're talking Persian Empire. We're talking about Iranian. How many people know that Irish people descend from Iranians?
Well, I think everybody descended from somewhere, sometime, but a lot has changed over the last, 10,000 years. So it's tough to.
You can see it today. You can see red hair in Iran. You can go there still today and find blonde hair, blue eyes, pale skin. You know, they moved up into Scandinavia. Then they came and went to other areas in the Mediterranean. Then they came over to UK, Ireland. You know, and this is a very ancient war that's going on. What we're seeing in front, ancient bloodlines. They're all fighting against each other. They all want to be the one, and they're not the one. They're all like sadly. I mean, how many people know Fidel Castro was Iranian?
I had no idea about that.
And how many people know that he was also related to the Habsburgs? The guy was thinking rich. Follow the money. All these people that did all these kind of mad South American coups, where were they educated? A lot of them were educated in American universities. But a lot of people haven't got the time to sit back and study and follow this trail, follow that trail. They've got important things to do, go to work, pay their mortgage. They've got time to sort of study bloodlines and this and that and the other. But if you do take time out and study it, you think, wow, yes, these people go way, way back. These bloodlines, they go way back. And they can you imagine how much wealth they've accumulated?
Yeah, wealth we'll never know about.
Probably.
Hey, I think we're getting a little off topic here, like, a couple of thousand years off
survival.
topic.
How are we going to survive? How do we survive? How do we compete with, how do we, there's been a natural disaster, some kind of situation. We find ourselves out in the bushes,
Yeah, it's a matter of it's all your surroundings.
Yeah.
Yes, DB. If you don't know how to do some of the basic stuff, it's tough.
Yeah, it's true. The basic stuff is very important. That might be a good program to do in the future. Like, what is the basics? The real, okay, we need some shelter, we need to eat, and we need to drink, and we need rest. Initially, do we need the internet? Do we need to play a game? Do we need luxuries, or do we just need a bit?
I told a couple friends and maybe some of the people. Oh, there goes my dog barking because I'm talking. I told a couple friends that I know that are like, oh, how do you know how to take? Oh my God, I'm going inside. How do you know how to take so many things apart and fix them? I'm like, look, here's a tip for you. Run down to the local secondhand store or whatever store. Buy a small lawnmower, a cheap one that looks like crap for like $10. Take it home and take it apart. Just take it apart. Just taking things apart. That's how I learned how to do most of the things I do. I mean, I would literally just take it apart. I'd keep track of it.
It's a great idea.
And just totally tear it down. Now I understand sort of how it works. I have a better understanding of inside. So if something goes wrong with it later or something similar has an issue, I can go back and go, oh, I remember when I took this thing apart, it had this little pin right there. And that's kind of what it sounds like is broken. Maybe I can take this apart, fix the pin, and put it back together and use it. But nobody does that anymore. I mean, I've told so many kids to do that, and they just want to pull their phone up. I'm like, dude, when there's no YouTube to tell you how to fix your dryer, not that you know what a wrench is, but when there's no YouTube to do that, you're going to have nothing.
Yeah, I did that once with a carburetor. I had a twin. I used to have a VW Transporter, one of the old beach buggy engines, a 2-litre twin carb, and one of the carbs was a bit funny. So I took the carb off. I got the kit, you got the gasket little kit that go with it. You have to flush out the injectors and all that kind of stuff. And basically, I took it on I'm not a mechanic. I've got no idea about this stuff. I put it on the table, and I had the book there, and I was kind of numbering everything as I was undoing it. And so I knew, so I undid it, like you just said, just take it apart. So I slowly took it apart, put the gaskets in as I was putting it back together, cleaned it out, whatever I had to do, put new, what do you call it, little jet,
new needle valve and all the stuff you
needle
need.
Valve.
All the springs.
Because when you mentioned the needle in the carb here, it was the kind of little thing was loose.
Yeah.
So
it was flooding out. Yep.
So I put it all back together, and I said, well, I've never done this before. I ain't got no idea if it's going to work. Turned it on, car started up. Wow.
A feel-good moment.
It was, I felt extremely good because, I'm not a mechanic. Got no idea. And it just proves that if you just sit, like you just said, take it apart. Obviously, we don't sort of lose bits, or you just, you got to focus on what you're doing, obviously.
So certain carburetors you don't want to take apart on your back porch with dirt and grass everywhere. Other things, first one I took apart, I did it in a closed room. I laid a white sheet on the ground because sure as heck, one of the little needles popped out because it was spring loaded. And when I pulled it apart, and I was warned about it, it flew. I heard it ricochet off the wall. Didn't hear it land, but because the ground was of one color, I spotted it. And if I had lost that, I'd have had to buy a whole new carburetor because they didn't sell that part anymore.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And then you put it back together again. Just lay it out the way it came apart, and at least have a decent memory on how things came apart, and put it back together. And just don't break anything.
Yeah, and there's very good books on stuff these days as well. They've got good diagrams, and there's a lot of books that come with the actual engine that you're working on, and it can help you very much how to lay out the stuff as you take it apart, how to number each bit.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to say that's why my name is Chef Tech. I have a culinary degree, and I was a Ford master technician for many years. So I cook and I fix shit, and I'm good. I mean, I just have lots of skills, and I'm always building on new ones.
Did you say Ford?
Yep.
Ford. I mean, the Germans used Ford, didn't they?
Sure. I wasn't around for that, so maybe.
No, yeah. I'm not blaming you, brother. Yeah, I mean, they were using Ford. Germans, were they using Ford? General Motors, or anyway, they're all in cahoot. All these big globalists, all these big corporations. I mean, ultimately, I was thinking about it the other day. Well, who do they work for? I mean, you've got all these dukes and lords who don't say anything. They're very quiet in their castles. They seem to be totally oblivious to what's going on. They're getting their steak and they're getting their good vegetables, and
they're 15 levels above the actual company.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they're so high up there, you don't know who they are. Even the company doesn't know that they're there.
Yeah,
exactly. They know they're there because they got people working for people, and it goes down the line until it finally gets to that corporation, and that's where they're getting their money from.
And the thing is, though, they don't. If you start searching for them, they can be found. Because a lot of times they come out in the open. Like one of the Aldo Brandinis became a pope.
Oops.
The Orsini family, these families that are going way back. I mean, they go, some people think they started from the Roman era. They go even further back than that, from the Greek era, no further back than that. These people have got, stupid amounts of money and wealth and gold. I mean, look at that. What's his name? Escobar.
Oh,
I mean, that
Pablo.
guy.
Yep.
I mean, there's people still finding loads of money till this day. There's people like, digging a hole in the field and finding like 200 grand.
Yep.
Half
Somebody knew where
a
it was.
million.
That person's gone.
Yeah. And also a lot of stuff was going missing, I mean, well, if you're in a warehouse, there's bars of gold there and money there. Of course, people are going to steal it. I mean, he was so stinking rich. How many million was he making per day at one point? Was it 70?
Stupid money. And then they put him in a prison, and then they dug a tunnel to get to him because they knew if they did that, he would make them rich. That's all they wanted. So they dug that big old tunnel and got him out, and then they found him again anyway. So I mean, it's such a game.
But he's like a kind of although it's a big amount of money, he's just one type of bloke. I mean, imagine, the opium wars in China.
Yeah.
How much money was being made then?
A lot.
The East India Company, for example, how much money were they making?
A lot.
It's who owned that East India Company that made the money.
Exactly. And like you're saying, even the people that you think own it may not even actually own it. Because they could be, like, for example, the Rothschild is supposed to be, he's supposed to be the Vatican treasurer. So what does that mean? Does that mean he's looking after someone else's money?
Yeah, from what I've heard and read into and that, there's at least 2 more levels above the Rothschild level. And you'll never know who they are.
Well, this is what you got, this guy, Orsini, the Grey Pope. Apparently he's in charge. And then who's, like, for example, they're the ones who control the Jesuits. The Jesuits control Georgetown University, and Trump is a Jesuit, Hillary is a Jesuit. Anyway, yes, I know we're going off subject. We're talking about survival, but what are we going to be allowed to survive? Is a good question.
That's the other. Yeah.
We might think we're in the forest surviving. Okay, we're surviving. Natural disaster. And then all of a sudden, the army vehicle pops up. Police, you can't stay here. What? Well, we've got nowhere else to go. Yeah, well, we encourage you to go to this sports stadium.
Yeah, just go there.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. We'll take care of you. Yeah, for about a day.
No, I'm not going. No, we're not going. Well, you're refusing.
Now you're a dissident. We have to throw you in prison now.
We've got to be very careful in these times, because they can turn it around. Well, now national security. We can't have people roaming around the countryside. What? What do you mean? Why are we against national security? Well, we can't have any of you surviving. You animals. You're goyim. You can't survive. Well, ants in the kitchen.
All right, DS, let's keep it on topic a little bit more. I can go there too, but we ain't doing that to Jaron. Let's really not go there.
Yeah. So keeping it together in SHTF situation is a very good idea. Don't just keep it focused. What is our initial needs? Are we wet? Let's get dry. Are we hungry? Let's try and find food. Are we thirsty? Let's try and get water. So I suppose how to prioritize.
Yeah.
Is a good one. How to prioritize the initial. Are you going to be with a group? Are you going to be on your own? You're going to be you and your wife.
Are you gonna take in strangers? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. But if you don't have any skills at all or very little skills, that's when you need to find somebody that complements your skills with other skills.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that complement going, you could have a village of 100 people, and every one of them knows how to rebuild a carburetor. Guess what? You're all going to starve to death because the carburetor's running, but nobody knows how to go get gasoline, sharpen the blade, and cut down your vegetation so you can eat it, and nobody knows how to cook it. So, yeah, if you have smaller skill levels, that's where you find other people with different skill levels so you both together or in a group, you now have just like every little village that was out there, you had a blacksmith, you had a butcher, you had the farmer, you had the women taking care of the kids, and the kids were getting trained and shown how to do stuff when they were 3.
Yes.
You may be carrying around your baby out in the field. Guess what? That baby is starting to see what goes on. They feel the motion, the movement. They smell it, and they're just growing into it. And I mean, we're talking pre-industrial age stuff here.
Yeah.
But that's basically those are your basics. I mean, you can have all the skills, every skill you could possibly need, but then without another person to help you do stuff, you're still just going to die or be lonely or whatever.
When I was a kid, about 15, I went to my mum's village in Greece, and I went to Greece before that when I was even younger, and they used to talk about going fishing. My uncle had a little boat, and when I went back a few years later, I was about 15. I said, "Can we go fishing? I'd love to go fishing with you, uncle." So he said, "Yeah, you sure?" I said, "Yeah." So we woke up about 4 a.m. I was like, "Wow, why is that early?" Yeah, because you've got to get up early and catch the fish early. Anyway, so we got his little boat, going out in the sea, and they didn't have all the mod comms. They had the old-fashioned type of fishing stuff. They never had fishing rods. They gave me a board, like a piece of wood that was about maybe 7 inches by 7 inches, and wrapped around it was fishing line. And on my one, there was about 10 hooks, and they had feathers, type of colourful feathers on the hooks. And my uncle and my cousin, where they were experienced, their boards had around about 40 hooks. So he's teaching me how to use this fishing board thing. So it's got the line on my finger, and he's saying, "Okay, let the line down, and you've got the line on your finger, and you can start. When you start feeling it tugging, don't just start pulling it up yet. Just let it tug a bit more, and then start pulling it up." I caught 9 fish out of 10 on 10 hooks my first time, but that was a great experience because, I learned a little skill when I was about 15. My uncle, of course, he had 40 hooks on his line, and they were catching 20, 30 fish a time. It's amazing.
Yeah, nothing's more pleasant than the look on a young child's face the first time they have a fish on a hook, on a fishing pole, whatever. Just the sheer excitement.
Yeah, I was so over the moon. I was like, wow.
Yeah. They immediately learn. It's like, holy cow, I caught that. I did that.
Yeah.
And then they start doing it by themselves, and they can teach somebody else.
Yes, and I never forgot that board. It's always in my mind, and I know how to make them. I've seen how they do it. I've done it practically. I've caught fish and ate the same fish that we caught. Fantastic. I'll never forget it. Yes, you're right there. But you come back to London, you need a permit to fish. You need a permit to camp. You need a permit to make a fire. You need you can't have a survival knife. You need a 3-inch non-locking line. So, survival skills is very important for us here, I think. Places like Sweden, I believe, is it true that you're allowed to camp anywhere, or is that not true?
We are allowed to camp everywhere. We have that freedom, but not on a crop field. Not allowed. But we can be on some other land and pick mushrooms, blueberries, if we want to.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of places in England where it says, like, you know, don't touch anything, don't touch no vegetation, don't take anything away. It's like, well, yeah.
Yeah, don't take anything away, but they're going to run over it with a lawnmower and mulch it up and throw it in a pile and let it turn back to dirt. But no, you can't eat that.
Exactly. Crazy stuff.
I'm sorry for the background noise. I'm just trying to wash a few trays off here.
All right. Yeah, I think I can safely say that I'll be honest and say, well, for basic survival skills, I'm happy with. You know, yes, there's other things that, you know, will take much more time. Like you can make cordage from bark, but you know,
but that is time consuming.
Exactly. I was talking to a friend of mine. I said, well, you know, you can't make a ridgeline really quick from you know, maybe the quickest way to make a ridgeline from nature is if you can get some roots, really long roots.
Or just find two branches with a Y in it and lay another stick on it. There's your ridgeline.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I said that as well. Use a pole as a ridgeline.
That's all these prepper channels are like, oh, and I get it. You need this knot and that knot, and here, buy my cordage, and it's this, it's that, it's bank line, it's this, it's that. It's like, how much crap can one person really carry? Like Jaron said earlier, we were asking him, you know, what do you carry daily? Not much. I mean, literally enough to get by on when you know you're not that far away from where you need to be.
Exactly.
I mean, the crap isn't going to hit the fan. If the crap hits the fan when you're 2 miles from your house or 2 kilometers from your house, unless there's like a major catastrophic event, sure, get back to your house. You know where your stuff is. But if you're going to travel a couple 100 kilometers away, you might want to bring a little more with you, especially if you get stranded. Not necessarily crap hit the fan, but you know, my car broke down and there was a power failure everywhere. And now traffic is just snarled up all over the county. Well, I'm just going to leave the vehicle here because it's just a vehicle. I'm walking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, I can't walk around where I am with survival gear. It just doesn't make sense. You know, whilst I'm in the city, because it's all around me. I'm thinking, well, I'm going up the road and I've got an Israeli bandage in my backpack. And I'm thinking, well, you're going shopping next to a hospital.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but you know, for some reason, I still got it in my backpack, in my little sort of EDC carrier. I still kind of got a first aid kit just in case it's hands-on. Right, someone right next to me has got, you know, a life-threatening situation. I mean, but it's true. I mean, do I really? Well, no, I didn't really need it because there's so much. There's a hospital there. I mean, you've got everything. You know, but even things like acid attacks. You know, should I carry around a liter of water? Because you know, you got people in this place now that are throwing acid in people's faces.
Yeah, well. And now you need to start wearing safety goggles, face shield, hazmat suit, all that. But then now you're a target.
It's crazy. It's crazy balancing it here. It's crazy because, you know, I live in a place where there was bombings, you know, buses blown up, train stations blown up. And I walk through these areas every other day, every sort of, you know, every few days when I have to sort of, you know, I'm walking through these type of areas. That's why I'm in the process of trying to move away.
That sounds like a good plan to me.
Yeah, because it's very, you know, there's so many things going on without SHTF situations, you know, and you could tell in the city it's going to be dreadful. You know, it must have been really dreadful for a lot of people in Ukraine. Some of the cities there, you know, a complete.
Yeah, they're just got wiped off the face of the planet. Yep.
Yeah, all of a sudden there's no shops, there's no fuel, there's no electric, there's no gas. I mean, these people are used to all the modcoms, your internet cafes, your libraries, your McDonald's, your whatever people consider as being civilized or whatever, they had it. And bam, you know, to not having the bare essentials, you know, in the 21st century.
I mean, look at like, if you look back at history and the pictures of like World War II, I'm not going to say any specific country or anything like that. You see the picture, the city is just like absolutely wiped out off the face of the earth.
Flattened, yeah.
Now you're scavenging. If you survive, now you're scavenging. You're trying to get out because there's nothing there but death and probably bacteria and things that you just don't want to be near. So there's your survival skill right there. If you can survive that and then rebuild somewhere else, then okay. I mean, but a lot of people these days, that would never happen. Even back then, it couldn't happen because people that lived in cities did not. I mean, they grew up in a farm most of the time. They had relatives with farms or something outside, so they knew how to do stuff. But they all moved to the city because it's, you know, everything's close and everything's easy now. And that there's a lot of that in the United States and everywhere. I mean, move to the city. You can walk to your job, take mass transit, and you lose all your skills. All you got is a house plant and a cat. So animal husbandry, yeah.
The same people that bring that prosperity to that region are the same ones that take it away.
Oh yeah.
And we the people sort of suffer the same old fate time over and over again. You'll get an industry coming into an area, you know, sucking the blood out of everything that it can and making every last cent of profit. You know, I mean, even building up whole towns and villages around that place, and then bam, the industry's gone. All those people that were, you know, this has happened in America, it's happened in England, the steel industry, the car industry. You get these people coming along, making a load of money, and then bam, they're gone.
Yep.
And they've made a load of money, they've moved on, they've got their mansion, they've got their overseas accounts, and yet all these people that relied on that as for their living are completely left with nothing. And in some cases, they might even be polluted by that same company.
Yeah.
Wasn't there recently a case in America where a train had a crash?
Yeah.
And they let all the.
Yeah, and then they and we can go down. I'm not going to go all the way down that rabbit hole, but yeah, the different tanker cars that were there had all these really toxic chemicals to make PVC pipe. And instead of trying, they're like, well, if we let it continue to leak with the fire, they could explode. So let's just burn it. And they did that, and it toxified, you know, millions of square miles up into New England, Canada, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
And they're not. And of course now, we're good. Look, they sent the EPA, and EPA said everything is now within acceptable standards. Well, they just changed the goalpost. These people they got nothing. I mean, the land of the property they're on is now worthless to grow because of the forever chemicals that are in it. And your animals, you know, all your animals you were raising and all that, they're eating off the land and they're getting just as sick. And nobody's talking about it anymore. They just brush that one under the rug and look at the next shiny thing that's just happened.
Which is part of their plan in the first place, because now they can buy up that land for pennies.
Yeah, well, they can't. That's the messed up thing. They really can't do much with the land unless there's some technology to remove said chemicals.
But these people don't care. They're thinking 50 years, 100 years ahead. They don't care. These type of people, they're like, well, hang on. How's my great-great-grandchildren going to be in exactly the same position as me? I have to be ruthless and make sure I totally obliterate any kind of opposition.
Yep.
And then you're guaranteed your position, son. You know, you're royal. You go way back, son. You're special. You're different to these goyim. You're different to
All right. We're going back that way, DS.
Sorry.
We can, you know what? We should save this one for you, me, and anybody else who wants to hang out for the offline part, because I could go in a million directions on that. I won't do that to Jaron's channel.
No, sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm just trying to keep us on track here.
No, we are.
That's good, Mark.
Well, it's a difficult subject as well, because, you know, okay, surviving is one thing, but, you know, are we going to be allowed to survive? Are we going to Can we flourish in the survival
Now, yeah,
situation?
there's survive, and then there's survive to thrive.
Yeah.
Survival just means you're going day to day. You got just enough food, just enough. Oh, wait, they call that prison. You got just enough to keep from dying, to be of some kind of remedial value to somebody else's society. But to thrive, no, you need better skills, and you're surviving, and then you're moving up in your own personal plane of existence to get yourself more experience and more beneficial items for yourself to just thrive, and then have kids. And, and I mean, thriving is to expand everything. Surviving is just to be stuck.
Yeah, I watch this program sometimes, and these people that are in Alaska, they're teaching their children to different places to go to seek for food, and they're living off the land basically. It's a very interesting program, and this Alaskan gentleman married one of the is it the Inuit? What are they called?
Oh yeah. No, not Inuit. I forget what you're. Yeah,
Inuit.
I know that one. That's the one where he's a white guy and she's an Eskimo, basically.
Yes. And I find it really fascinating. Sometimes they go and say, "Yeah, over here we do really well." The missus is talking, we do really well over here. Then the guy's talking, very sort of, they make it very kind of educational for their children when they go and, And we're saying, I think we were speaking another time about how get your kids to go out into the mud, get them to go out into nature, go play, and these kids are thriving, like you're saying. These people are more than surviving; they're thriving. They're even sharing their food. One program I saw, my uncle's going to give me some meat, and I'm going to give him some fish, and they're really happy. It's not like it's all money, and it's not all about the money. And
no, and then they have a bumper crop of ducks, and they do their drying and all that out in the field. Get it all prepped up, then it can pack it up, take it back to their house or whatever, and then they give it off to grandma and the neighbor because they needed stuff and they can't go get it themselves. And they all help each other. Hey, I need a couple 2x4s to build this little shelter or fix it. Oh yeah, go out in my back garage back there. There's a whole bunch of 2x4s. Just take what you need. That's how it is out there. You're a group in a society, a mini society separated from basically the rest of the world. When except for internet, apparently, because if they're running a YouTube channel, and doing TV shows, sure, there's internet out there, but it's good to watch and understand what they mean.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And it's very basic, they've got sometimes they even show how they make boots, how they make moccasins, and nothing sort of too technical. It's just very shelter building. We got a temporary hut here. If we're hunting, we set up a little temporary hut, and they've got a main house. They go back to their main house after they've done their hunting, whatever. It's fantastic, but this used to be a way of life for everybody in Sweden, in America, in Greece.
Don't mind me. I'm getting my diced potatoes out of the pot of water, weighing them out so I can blanch them and get them in the freeze dryer. So I have freeze dried ingredients for beef stew.
So Swedish in Sweden, did they ever do whale fishing?
No. I know Norwegians did.
Norwegians, right. So what about like fishing with the community? Or is that going way back when they used to do it as a community?
I think it depends on which part of Sweden you're on. If you're on the ocean side versus in the inland.
Yeah. At least on the West Coast, there were a lot, pretty huge fishing community. But they drastically disappeared because
Wow.
they couldn't afford it anymore. So those who are fishermen today are not that many anymore.
Yeah, now it's all commercialized and permitted.
Yeah.
And I doubt you have any like just individuals living on the seacoast in their little house that hop in their boat every morning and fix their nets at night and go out and get just enough fish for their family and sell a little bit out of market. There might be one or two, but I'm sure the government by now has shut that down because you don't have a permit.
Yeah, my cousin in Greece still actually does good old fashioned like fishing. But yeah, you're right. The government's clamped down on everything now. Even in Greece, they want to know what's your catch.
Yeah, how much and how much you have to pay us a certain penny per pound,
Yeah,
or gram or whatever. Yeah, I know it's.
Well, it's we should never have given up our villages. People come from beautiful. You look at the background from a lot of the people in America. Where do they come from? You got England, you got Ireland, you got Germans, you got Spanish, you got Italians, you got loads of people, and right now, anyway, yep, survival.
I knew you're starting to catch on right now.
Yeah, it's because of the anger thing that we were talking about as well. Like PV was like saying something as well about the anger stuff, and I was trying to say to him, don't let it get to you. But these people at the top, they know what they're doing. They're using this anger. They're using this anger. We have to maybe try and reverse it. How do we reverse the anger?
Got to make them angry, but you do that
in a
and then
constructive way.
Anyway.
Well, maybe if we can somehow get hold of the money. I know what I'm going to do. We don't want the
money. We just don't want them to have the money.
Yeah, I'm going to go and take over the city of London, my brother.
There you
I'm going to go there. I'm going to go there Monday morning. I'm going to have a weekend off, and then Monday morning I'm going to go to the square mile of London and commandeer the money. I'm going to commandeer their wealth.
You got a plan. I think you should go with it.
I'm not going to take my dog just in case he gets in trouble.
No,
I don't mind them. I don't mind them getting me.
So yes, CB, I do ghee. I did ghee 2 years ago. I did. It's a year in America, so I did 80 pounds of butter. I was getting it for $1.59 a pound.
Wow!
This is during COVID. Yeah, it was a while back. And I melted it all down. I think I got like 60 or 80 pints of ghee, salted and unsalted. So yeah, I do. I cook, I preserve. I've been stepping up my game for years, from just basic dehydrators and canning to now I freeze dry, and I got all kinds of ways to preserve food for a long time.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Very, very good stuff. And I've been trying to get into the old ways of preserving, using like sand and soil and burying stuff. I've been watching some videos where in Africa they show how they keep some stuff fresh, and by burying it, certain methods, certain ways of burying stuff. And keeping it fresh. Even in Greece, I remember sometimes we go camping, and our watermelon will be hot, obviously, because it's a hot country. So we'll stick it in near the beach for an hour, near the water, and it'll just freshen up the watermelon. Little things.
Yeah, that's what you said. Bury it in the ground. That's basically if you're preparing some kind of a vegetable or something to bury in the ground, you're fermenting it.
Right.
Unless you're just keeping fresh vegetables fresh, in which case that's just cold storage.
Yeah, I think they're using sand.
Yep.
And vases. They're using vases, sand, and soil.
Clay pots. Yep.
Yeah, clay pots. So they're basically put the stuff in the pot, then sort of wrap it round with sand and then soil on top of that. There's different methods. The English gardeners did a lot of that sort of stuff. The English cooks did that back in the days when they didn't have refrigeration.
Right. That's what I did. My dad was in Korea with the military way back in the 60s and that's where he learned about kimchi. And he brought a couple recipes home, and we still got one of them somewhere. He's passed, but we would make kimchi and stick it down the pantry in a jar, and it was amazing. But they had summer and winter. You got the kimchi they make at the end of the season. Some of it they ate. The rest of it got buried in pots and buried in the ground. So over the winter time, it would just ferment. So before the crops came out in the spring, they still had kimchi. That was their winter kimchi. They had that. Always tasted better because it would ferment longer. And then they had the summer kimchi, which was more of a fresh herbal kimchi. It wasn't as hot and spicy. But that's how they, just like we can. Oh, crap, Bob's back. That's right. CB's not here. He heard food.
Yeah, my auntie's house in Greece is full of jars where they're preserving stuff. Like, you know, she's doing onions, she's doing all sorts of stuff, eggs, and like what she didn't have, peppers. It's like, how long does this stuff last? Up to like years.
Years, yeah, years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I lived next to a Korean couple for a while, and I remember seeing his wife in the kitchen for a couple days going day and night, and they filled up 5-gallon buckets with kimchi, and then we each had a storage shed, and she filled that whole storage shed up with kimchi. Yeah,
That's a lot of kimchi.
That's yeah. Well, I also ran with a Korean friend of mine, and you get a bowl of rice and put some kimchi on top of it and mix it up. Man, that's a good eating right there, brother. That's good food. Yeah. That's delicious. Great way of storing food.
You can do beans. You can put beans in jars. You can put all sorts, meat. You know, loads of stuff.
8 second star. Good
you get people that have been through wars, and they're like, well, you know, we've been through a war, so we know how to plan now. You know, we didn't plan and we came unstuck before, so this time we're not going to come unstuck. So they learned how to preserve a lot of food. And then you got your peppers. They use a lot of vinegar.
Well, I think the clever thing about kimchi is they put peppers in it and different things to where you don't have to can it. It will, what's the ingredients kill any bacteria. Yes. And
I don't can my kimchi. We make our kimchi and we let it ferment for a period of time, and then when it's done bubbling, we'll just cap it and keep it cold, and it's good for a year.
Yeah. The ingredients keep the bacteria out. I mean, any bacteria gets in there, it kills it. So it's like beautiful. It's a perfect thing to preserve for food storage. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this: that couple that had a whole storage shed full of 5-gallon buckets of kimchi, you could smell that shit. Oh boy!
Yeah, I bet you could.
Oh baby, that stuff is strong.
What does it smell like?
Like extreme garlic and peppers. It's got its own. It kind of smells like low tide.
It's a good one.
You know, it does. It does smell like low tide. Yeah.
Yeah, I love kimchi where I'm living. My kids had friends in school, and some of their parents, they were Korean, and I would ask because they would go over their house, and my kids knew. One of them, we made kimchi together, and I was like, ask them if they have a good kimchi recipe, and they didn't even have to go there. They already knew. They're like, oh yeah, Bob's mom has this wicked recipe, but she puts in, you know, carrots and daikon and other stuff. I was like, really? Okay, so it's not just Napa cabbage and fish sauce. And some don't put fish sauce. I mean, it's fermented, so everything beyond the fermenting is just a flavor additive.
Yeah.
and you just got to get your percentages right. And sorry, I'm turning this into a cooking channel. Sorry, there, Jeremy.
That's fine. But yeah, you look at some of the other countries, they've already got the skills they've got it down, man. They've been eating that stuff for centuries, you know.
Yeah, and they're healthy. Oops.
Uh-huh. My friend Son, he was telling me about how he was walking across a valley. It was flooded, you know, and he saw a high point so he put his foot on it to avoid the mud puddles, and his foot went right through, and he stepped on somebody's kimchi crock, you know.
Oops.
Oh,
Yeah. Crunch. Oh.
Get out of my field. You're in my
Yeah.
kitchen.
Yeah, you just ruined my winter food, you know. So yeah, that's brilliant how they would bury it to be just the right temperature to preserve it. Man. Wow, we got to get CR in here. We got to get CR in here. Where the hell is he?
Well, he sent me a message earlier today and said that he will not pop up for today's stream.
That freaking Canadian, I swear.
He's probably
He's
shoveling
fired.
snow.
Out of here.
He's fired again.
He's not even president. He's fired.
He'll probably show up next week.
Okay.
When you're a no call, no show, you're fired.
Mm-hmm. You're done. That's it. You're done. Yeah. 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 I'll throw this out there. It's nothing to do with prepping, but just I got the distillery running right now. It's heating up, but I walk by and the wife's watching her favorite Chinese soap opera. And get this. I hurt myself all the time, man, because the one wife, she has to type something on her phone and show it to her husband. And I go, is she mute? She can't talk? Yeah, she can't talk. And I went, that's the perfect wife right there. So I shot myself in the and the wife goes, perfect husband can't talk. Mister.
Yeah. I could add a few more things to that, but I won't do that with our group.
Yeah, I've got to come off. I've got about 5 minutes left, and then I'm going to be saying goodnight to everybody as well. Yeah, but there's ways of preserving fish. You can preserve fish with salt.
Yeah.
So we're talking about vegetables. What about fish? How to, you Yeah.
soprasada and all that coming from. It's all meats that are salt cured and hung to dry.
Yeah.
And that meat is good. It's hard, but it's still healthy. It actually tastes really good, depending on the cut of beef you use, or pork, or goat, or whatever your animal is. You can do duck, birds, you name it. Salt has been around forever for curing foods, except, only in the last 90 years do we have to throw in other chemicals because they say salt doesn't kill everything. You need to add this now toxic ingredient to it. And I'm not going to start mentioning things.
Yeah.
But no, you still do it with salt. Just get good salt.
Yeah. Well, the Roman soldiers used to be paid with salt. So very good survival thing to knowledge is how to use salt. It's not just for flavoring, it's also for preserving. Any other things you can use salt for? Anyone know any other things you can do with salt?
I don't know, if you rub salt in a wound, it hurts.
Kills the weeds in my flower garden.
Definitely.
I mix up rock salt and water, and I got a spray bottle. I walk around and shoot the weeds with rock salt and water. It kills them.
Yeah.
Good use.
That puts a hurting on it. And mix a little vinegar in there too, some high acid commercial vinegar, and it'll go right to the roots and it won't come back.
Yeah.
Helps with the snow in the winter.
Yep.
Yeah, it does.
Certain salt. So salt is going to be very, very, it's going to be like gold dust. And, you can get it from the sea if you know how to get it. That's a good skill to know, how to get salt, how to also.
After you got to go to Bob's house, put the salt water in his new sterilizer and run it.
Yeah.
I was just about to say that.
See, it's dual purpose, Bob. I just gave you an extra insight as to what to use it
There
for.
you go. Yeah. Desalination. Yep. And that reminds me, I'll be right back.
Electrolytes. Salt is good for that, for replacing electrolytes.
The human body needs salt, period.
Big time.
You don't live with it.
Yeah,
You
the
can't live
problem
without it.
is we overdose the salt intake.
Yeah, there is that. But your body gets rid of the excess salt unless you've not taken care of your body so badly it accumulates. But the doctor's saying, oh, you need to go on a low sodium diet, low fat. Well, your brain is made of fat. The sodium is in your blood. You need that to circulate and take care of other things going on in your body. So, yeah, you kind of got to wonder, why are they telling us to basically, if the government says don't eat this, eat twice as much as you normally did, because that's probably the answer.
Bueno, me voy a mi cama porque es muy tarde. Oh, sorry, I'm speaking Spanish.
Knock it off.
I'm not Spanish. I'm Greek, by the way.
You sound English.
Well, I was born in London, and I'm a British Greek Cypriot. But again, you know, I go home to Greece. They're calling me an Englishman. I'm in England, and I'm called a foreigner. So I'm just passing through this world. Yep. On that note, I think I'm going to have to say good night to everybody. Fantastic subject tonight, Shadow. Thanks for having me on. Nice to see
You're
you,
very
Jeff,
welcome.
and learnt some things tonight as well. I hope I sort of gave a couple of ideas. And yeah, fantastic subject. And I think I can work on my skills, and I think it's good to work on skills and knowledge, most definitely. On that note,
There is a lot of room for improvement.
oh yes,
Always.
definitely.
Just when you thought you knew it all, you'll learn something new.
Yeah. You know,
Exactly.
I've got one little story to say before I go tonight. I had a bit of a disagreement with a friend of mine, and we happened to be staying at this kind of. There was three of us, old school friends, like, you know, played football together, rugby together, all that kind of stuff. We had a disagreement, slight disagreement, and I've decided to walk home now. You know, something like 300 miles away from London, and me, the one with the big idea of walking away. I'm going to just go home, go away, bye. Anyway, I'm like, what did I do that for? Now I'm in the middle of nowhere, 300 miles stuck, trying to get back home, considering where I was going to stay and how I was going to get back. And at one point, I just looked at these bushes and thought, well, I'm just going to throw myself in these bushes and sleep in there for the evening. and
How'd that work out?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, that was a kind of the last thing, with, you know, because I mean, I was 300 miles away, and you know, anyway, why couldn't I get to the station and get a train and all that? But anyway, I decided to just walk along the highway and put myself right in a bad situation. And anyway, I was walking around in the garage asking people, is anybody going anywhere near London? And funny enough, I bumped into someone that was going to go sort of a 10-minute walk from my house. He was going to drive right through London. So he came the whole 300 miles. It was amazing. Anyway, yeah, but the point was I was prepared to shelter in some bushes for the evening. So, you know, be prepared to rough it up. It's not all going to be roses.
Kuga just
I
brought up
agree with
something I was going to add. When I was a kid, my mom would get a glass full of warm water and put salt in it for our sore throats and gargle.
Oh yeah,
Salt is a good
Swish your mouth out.
antiseptic.
It's an
Oh, yeah, for
antibacterial.
two problems as well. Yep,
Yep.
2 problems. Anyway, good night, everybody. God bless, and see you next time.
Good night.
Take
Yeah.
care, dear love.
Well, the still is starting to kick around, so the water is starting to boil. I got
Yeah.
about a about a gallon of water inside of it right now.
What do you put in the top? Just cold water?
Cold water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I did find a good video where there was a fella who did a review on it, and he gave some tips and stuff. So we'll go from there.
Yeah. Practice.
Yes, sir. Put it
Yeah.
into practice. Make sure it
Well,
works.
I've been continuing to practice my my knife skills here with vegetables and fruits and things all the
Yep.
time because I'm
Mhm.
constantly making stuff.
Have you, Swede? I'm sure you've had it called lutefisk.
Yeah.
That's a fish that
Yeah.
How do you make that? Do you have any idea?
I can see if I can find it.
I never heard of that. What is that? Like a fermented fish paste or something?
Yeah, it's real popular in a Scandinavian section of Seattle, where they have festivals once a year, and it's like a fish gelatin. Apparently, the Scandinavians out to sea would take that with them, and it would preserve for a long time, and they could eat it. I've never tried it. I've never tried it.
You use lye
Lye.
you use lye. You put the fish in a water bath with lye, basically, and then you stretch it out and dry it.
I heard that you also have to boil the fish before you eat it to get the lye out of the meat or something like that. I've never tried it. I don't know anything about it, but it lasts for a long time. That's right,
gotta be
Kaylin. Yeah, I could, Kaylin. Yeah.
If there's some kind of lye or something in it, yeah, that's you're definitely preserving it. I wouldn't want to eat the lye, so there's got to be a way to get it out. And somebody figured that out a long time ago.
Yeah. The rumor is among the Scandinavian Americans that the Scandinavian sailors out to sea would take that with them, and that would be some of their food that they would go out to sea with, because it's preserved.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll be right back once again. I'm going to be up and down checking the boiler, so I'll be back again.
One more tray of potatoes to go. My GoPro died on the hookup, so I can't turn that on right now. It's being a pain.
Yeah. Hey, Cliff. Good to see you. Lye is corrosive, so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, cold smoking salmon. Yep. Another way to preserve your food. Smoking, salt curing, salt drying, salt smoking.
Yeah, I
Mix and match.
Yeah, I did cold smoking salmon. That was really cool when I learned that. So I like cold smoking salmon, even warm smoking salmon as well. So.
Oh, I got a good smoker outside. It's not electric or anything like that. It just needs wood and different chips and that. It's pretty big. I could put like probably 3 whole turkeys in there if I wanted to. It was the only one they had, and it was on sale. I'm like, well, okay, I'll take that one. My wife's like, why so big? I'm like, well, they didn't have the small one, honey. So there you go. But I love smoking. I'll smoke shrimp, whatever she brings home, chicken breasts, you name it, throw it in a smoker. And of course, then I'll still throw it in a freezer because it's not a true cold smoke. It is cooked, but we still put it in the fridge or eat it right away, or I'll pack some up in the freezer and we use that for salads or whatever. But my next trick is going to be doing. I want to do salt cure meat, and get a nice. And I forget the cut of pork. It's in the butt area, but it's just a small piece. And they're generally expensive. It's what we make capicola out of. It's got just the right marbling and blends of the meat and the muscle and the fat and the sinews and that. Mm-hmm. And you pack it. And I'm just reading more and more on it before I just decide to do it. And you put it in a certain amount of salt per pound, and then you let it sit, and then you hang it, and then you got to weigh it before, after, and when it loses. Don't quote me on this one. When it loses like 30% of its moisture from the original weight, you're done. You can let it go further, but it just gets harder to slice.
Okay.
And then just keep it in a cool place. That's why I used to walk into butcher shops when we were young. Well, at least me and Bob anyway. You walk into a butcher shop, and there's just meat hanging everywhere in little net bags. And it's just hanging there. That's fine. The longer it sits, the drier it gets, and the more expensive it became.
Really?
You want the high? Oh yeah, like you go to Germany and that you get a good Landjäger that's at least a year old. That's more expensive because they're losing weight, so it gets lighter. So you still have the original. You still have the original amount of meat you had, but now it weighs half as much. So it becomes more expensive. Plus, there's more time involved to do it. Yeah. So, and it tastes much better.
Mark, I put a link in the private chat with Wikipedia how the lutefisk is made.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Thank you. Is that the proper pronunciation, lutefisk?
Yeah, lutefisk, or let's see, has it say
lutefisk?
Lutefisk. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lutefisk.
Yeah, I just popped that up. I just put it on another page. I'll check into that here in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah. Harvesting seeds for replanting. I did that last year. That'll be a video I'll put up when I start throwing 20 pounds of assorted mixed tomato seeds I saved out of my tomatoes and dump them on the lower end of my property. I got 15 acres, 4 of it's open.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to dump them. I mean, I'm probably going to piss myself off in about 2 years because now I'm going to have a tomato problem. But I just want to just dump seeds everywhere and see what happens.
Why not? Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the photos of it with the fork there, a lutefisk prepared to eat. And that's what my buddy went to Ballard, part of Seattle where the Scandinavians live. And he said it was like gelatinous fish.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's, in my opinion, it's pretty tasteless, basically.
Yeah.
I don't like the texture on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the way. No offense to you, Swede, but he described it to me as like eating a bowl full of snot.
Yeah.
You mean the stuff like when you catch an eel and the slime that comes off of it and it smells fishy and it's snot? Yeah, like that.
Yeah, that's how he described it. He goes, well, I tried it and I had to try it but it's like eating a bowl full of snot.
Yeah, fish flavored snot.
Yeah, fish snot. Yeah. No offense to any Scandinavians, none intended, but I haven't tried it yet. If I had the opportunity to try it, I would. Yeah. Why not?
I don't remember ever trying it. It sounds familiar. It's probably something we had to taste in culinary school back in the day, or not. It sounds familiar, but I don't know. I don't know if I ever had it. At this point, I don't even know if I want to try it. Probably ruin me for life. And I ain't got much of that left.
I suppose, you got a 50-gallon barrel of that stuff, and it's better than going hungry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're starving and find a barrel with that, eat it or starve. I would eat it.
Dig in. Yeah, dig in, brother. Yeah. Get your spoon. Dig in. Yeah.
Give me a straw. I'm gonna suck down a 55-gallon drum of snot. But I'm gonna survive. It won't taste great, but it'll keep me sustained, so I can go find another bucket of snot.
Until you can find a kimchi crock buried somewhere. Actually, I'll bet that would be pretty good if you take some of the lutefisk and put some of the kimchi on it, stir it up. I bet it would be pretty tasty.
I put fish sauce in my kimchi.
It might work. I don't have no idea, but it probably work.
I wouldn't want to trial that on a 2-gallon jug of kimchi. You might want to do it in a pint jar by itself and see how it comes out, so you're not losing a whole lot, and it might come out great, in which case try it again.
Never know. You might wind up with something really delicious,
Yeah. And you'd be fighting the local Koreans off because they want your recipe.
Yeah. Oh God, when I was in the Air Force, a lot of fellows would go over to the Air Force bases in Korea and get married to a Korean, and get rotated back to the States. And you could always tell the Korean wives who just got done eating kimchi, holy shit, when they sweat, baby.
Like when you eat garlic, you eat a lot of garlic. When you sweat, oh yeah, you're gonna smell like a bowl of Italian something.
Yeah, I got some more buckets on Amazon for food storage, and I'm gathering stuff up, and eventually when I can sit down with the wife, I'll have her divide up like a meal plan. You know what I mean? Yeah. Canned stuff, sauces, pasta, fish, whatever else.
Rice.
Yeah. And have them right there by the door so that she or my daughter can just grab them and walk into the kitchen. I'm also going to look for some maybe 1 or 2 gallon water containers, so that, because I've got 5-gallon containers, and I think if the wife and daughter both got a hold of one of those, they could carry it as a team, but
that's a lot of weight.
That's a lot of weight for a little tiny lady, Basically, I would like to get things set up to where if I'm not here or if I'm sick, the whole family can pitch in and sustain themselves,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, as long as they know what to do with it, which I'm sure
you've
trained them all on what to do with everything at this point.
You bet. Yeah. In fact, that whole kitchen stuff, that's for the women. That's their department. The cooking and the kitchen, that's theirs. Everything else, I did the best I can to train them up on how to use firearms, but they trained me on stick and knife, how to fight with a stick and a knife, and I trained them on the guns. And I've got right now, I've got 6 great big bins, big ones, full of split cherry wood that I soaked in wax and ready to cook right now,
There you go.
And fire starters too, so that paint can stove, all the lady, if I'm dead or I'm not able to, they can grab a handful of that stuff, take it out to the paint can cooker and start a fire instantly and start cooking, Part of that streamlining your preps, getting things narrowed down to where it's very easy. You can do it in the dark, more or less, and that's what I'm aiming for.
Do it
That's a
fast,
good plan.
convenient, and you're done and you're sustained. And hopefully the neighbors don't smell it, because they'll get up out of their slumber in the middle of the yard there and come stumbling over looking for food.
You're right about that, Chef. After they have 20,
I smell something. It smells good.
Can I come? No.
No, go away.
Go away.
Go get your garden tools that are still outside. Oh, sorry, you tripped over your
Yes,
your
you're
hedge
right,
trimmers
Chef.
there and shredded your foot. Yeah, well, I
Uh-huh.
guess maybe
Mhm.
head over to the hospital. Good
Yeah,
luck.
that way is the hospital. Can't help you, you know. I fully anticipate something. Well, I talked to the family. I said, you know, if we're out there cooking, we're as far out of sight of the public as possible, as humanly possible. And there's going to be one of us standing there with a shotgun, standing guard, you know, roaming the backyard and the front yard, standing guard while the women do the cooking, you know. So that's part of the plan. Hopefully, me or my son will be standing guard while they're doing the cooking, you know. But if something like that happens, we're all going to be wearing a sidearm. We all have them, you know, and we're all good at it.
And I don't think they're going to come after you because there won't be anybody around to enforce anything specific.
Yeah, they know, the population knows that, don't go across that boundary line. You're taking a chance, you know.
Yep.
I just hope something doesn't happen to where it comes to that point.
No, and that, you know what, we always talk about if this happened, you know what, I don't want any of it to happen.
Me too.
I'd rather in 5-10 years, I'm sitting out back on the deck with a beer or whatever in my hand, and I'm pulling out a freeze-dried bag of chicken cacciatore and rice that I made in 2019.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
And go, what is that? Let's have chicken cacciatore. It's 10 years old, 15 years old. Oh my God, this is so good. Why did you do it? It's like, because chicken was on sale 20 years ago, and now we got food.
That's what I agree with the chef 100%. I've got stuff set up pretty much now to where, you know, if we go 3 or 4 days without power, we're going to be okay.
Yeah.
You know, but at the end of the world, oh God, I don't want none of that. I don't even want power outage. I want to have my fat, lazy ass sitting in front of a space heater, you know, and chilling out, having my coffee.
Eating some kimchi. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Kimchi and a cup of coffee. I'm happy, brother. That's all I need.
Kimchi and some of the fish sauce.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fish nut. That joke's going to live on for a while. You know that, right, Bob?
Yeah. You know, I mentioned some of this. I go out almost every day for a cup of coffee in a small coffee shop. And I mentioned some preparedness. I just mention it. And I'm finding that more people out there in my area are doing this. They're putting food and water away, because I think the watermark was when Trump got reelected. And we remember when the radicals went crazy here 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people remember the fires. And you know, I'll just mention to them, I got a couple extra cans of Spam, and I put them away. And oh yeah, I've been putting food and water away, and I usually leave it at that. You know, yeah.
Oh, look at that! It's starting to rain and sleet here. That's awesome.
Yeah. No, it was snowing here. Us Americans are complaining about snow, but Swede right there, it's in his blood, man. I'll go outside naked. It doesn't bother me. Like, God,
I don't care about the snow where I am in the middle eastern part of America here, and I don't care. I grew up in Maine, New Jersey. I get the snow when it's that bad. Just stay home. Everybody freaks out as soon as the first inch hits. I got to go buy every piece of toilet paper and milk and bread and
flashlight batteries.
Sure, yeah, we're gonna be that. I'm out there. I'm like, get out of my way. I just need a 6-pack of beer and a tub of ice cream because I'm gonna sit in my front window and watch you idiots try to drive in this crap. That's good entertainment right there.
Yeah, that's the agreement. My wife is a workaholic, and the agreement we have, if it's icy roads and you start sliding, because she will try to get to work. I guarantee you she will.
Yeah, my wife
does the same. You start sliding, turn around and come back home, hon. It ain't worth you getting hurt or anything. Just come back home.
My wife couldn't make 2 years ago. My wife didn't make it out of the driveway because the plow went by and just put this little tiny 3-inch berm, but it was freezing rain sleet. So it was just like,
Oh God,
it was hard slush, and then it froze hard. They did that.
Oh.
She got her car stuck on the berm. Not bad, just enough where that she had no traction left. And she comes up and she's like, it was like 4 a.m. She's like, you got to dig me out. I was like, no. I said, leave your damn car there and go back to bed.
yeah,
No,
I
it's
agree.
not worth your life. Yeah, she's a nurse. It's not worth your life to get 50 miles to work to save somebody else's life that was too stupid to stay the fuck home. Oh, sorry. Did I say that out loud?
You did. It's
Yeah,
okay.
you did.
I said, don't be that one that now you're waiting on a nurse that also couldn't get to work or tried to get to work because you wound up in a wreck. And she came back. She eventually went to work like 4 hours later when the roads were clear. But no, right then, no, no, stay in.
Go back to bed.
I got cameras out there. I've seen her go busting her ass down the driveway. I'm like, stop. Just no. You're going to spend an hour thawing your car out, wasting gas and all this stuff just so you can, go help out the guy that decided to get on the road and he shouldn't have.
Yeah. And I'm sure your wife works with a lot of Filipinos and
Not yet. Oh, not yet. I could tell you what's going on. I'm not going to say where, but where she works is building a complex for a school. And they're bringing in some large number of Filipinos. Funny you should say that. And they're going to get the free housing and free all this stuff, and they're going to take over the whole friggin' hospital.
Well, that's good because my wife's one of them. You know.
Well, no, I get it, but around here, it's not going to be pretty because we're in like redneck land out here. Nothing survives well out here.
The good thing about the Filipino nurses and doctors and all, they're already seasoned. They're experienced and they're licensed. They got to get a state license, and then they got to go through corporate training wherever they get hired in. So,
but no, I have no issues with that. I totally get that. It's just all the locals around here are just like up in arms now, and we're a bunch of racists out here, and until they're the ones that are in the hospital being cared for. Because their tractor flipped over and that scythe blade just took half their freaking leg off.
Yeah.
And the doctor and the 3 nurses out of 4 are putting them back together again. Yeah.
Yeah. And they
see
work
how
20.
You are then.
We'll see how racist they are when that whole staff work 20 hours a day to save your life. We'll see how racist they are then,
No, there's a few that when they come out of anesthesia, they'll be just racist as they were before.
Yeah, because the ones that they're going to bring in from the Philippines are licensed. They've had at least 2 to 6 years of working somewhere as a nurse or a doctor or whatever, and they're experienced, and they just have to get experienced in the American system, and then they just go to work. The
computer systems, all the stuff they need to do their day to day.
Yeah.
The accountability factor at these hospitals these days is just off the charts in terms of you got to document so much stuff. This is why doctors in America, they only see you for about a minute and a half. The whole time they're on their computer typing away as fast as they can while they're in your room.
That's right.
How's the family? How's this? How do you feel? I feel fine. Okay, great. And they're tappity. Well, let's make you an appointment for next week. They walk you up to the desk, their next year, 6 months or whatever. They walk you up, make an appointment. It's like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Here's my $100 for what? What'd you do?
Yeah.
Oh, he just got paid by the health insurance companies. But yeah.
Yeah, I go see a urologist several times a year because I had bladder cancer. And that's, I give the tie-in to the nurse, and then she has to go out of the room, and then the doctor will come in and do exactly as you said, Chef. How's your attitude? I'll order a test, and he comes right out of the room, goes right to his laptop. Got to document everything.
That's because they added 8,000 codes to the system that you have to punch in, or you ain't getting a dime, and they have to hire people that just work in a back room to go over what the doctor put to make sure all the codes are right so they get paid from the insurance companies to really do things they didn't do, which is its own problem right there. It's like, why am I even here?
there is going to be some corruption in any system you get, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, hopefully with who we just got put in, maybe some of that will start to come to light and might change a little bit. That would be great, but I'm not putting my hopes and dreams on that either.
You can't change human nature.
No.
Yeah, yeah. There's going to be a few corrupt people no matter where you go or what you do.
They're going to figure. They'll figure a way around the system to make that extra $5, $100, regardless, and they'll do it in a way where it'll be difficult to catch them, and they'll do it for as long as they can, and they'll just say, "Oh, I didn't know I couldn't do that. Oh, I'm sorry, it was just an error. I'll pay my $1,000 fine now after I made $50 million off of it." But whatever.
Yeah.
I kind of have a bad attitude about the corruption because I live near the center of it all in this country. I see it all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, the good thing about those nurses, the Filipinos anyway, you know, they grow up in a real humble situation, man. I've been going there for 20 years. And you give them an opportunity to go out there and get paid to do an honest day's work, fuck, they'll like the hospitals around here anyway. When we get snowed in, they give the nurses a bed, you know, and free food and overtime. And man, those nurses are like, "Yay, snow! I hope I'm at work when it hits." You know.
Yeah, my wife, she's the other way around. She's like, they're making me the offer. It's going to start. We're supposed to get 18 inches of snow here starting in about 3 hours. I get off of work in 4 hours. What are the chances you can come and get me? Because I'm not driving my little Honda home in this, but you got the truck. So come and get. I'm like, fine, I'll go get her. And then all the nurses stay overnight. And then she's so far away, they won't come and transport. They won't bring a 4-wheel drive to come out and get her like some of the hospitals will locally. And she'd be like, "Nope, I'm just going to stay home. I'll take some PTO, whatever." And they got enough staff there, and she doesn't worry about it. She just wants to get. She does not want to stay in a room with 4 other nurses sharing a bathroom and a shower. She's just no. For her, she's like, hell no. I just want to go home.
Yeah.
Some of the young ones, they don't care.
Yours, I don't know about your state, but in Washington State, if she has to get to work, all she has to do is, show her ID badge to a law enforcement or fire department.
Nope,
and they will get her to work.
She works at 2 hospitals. One of them is about 40 miles away. The other one is literally a mile away. So for her to, but I have to go uphill to get there. So I'm down the bottom of not a valley, but everything is uphill from here. So if she has to get to work early and it's going to start to snow, ice, rain like at 5 in the morning, and she doesn't have to be there till 6, even though she's only a mile away, she'll leave at 4 and go hang out in the cafeteria. Yeah. And by then the roads are clear because we got all state roads around us that are the snow emergency routes. So those things are already salted. We're just the secondary roads we live on. Right. No, there's like 12 inches of snow on it before they even send the contractors out with their little bobcats to plow us out. Yeah, she ain't gonna walk though. I'll tell you that. She does not do well on snowshoes.
Oh my wife's I just got a message on Facebook from my wife's cousin. Oh, that's good to hear from her. She smokes, so I call her my smoking buddy. It's good to hear from her. She just said, "Hi, Kuya Bob, how are you?" Yeah, I can imagine there'd be some narrow-minded fools out there. Oh, those Filipinos and all this and that. But yeah, when you get your fingers stuck in a bandsaw and cut off, and who's going to come to your rescue? We're going to be one of those. They're going to sew you up. They're going to make sure you're taken well care of and all that. And yeah. There we go. Well, she's
yeah. No, Kaylin, I am not getting her ice cleats. No. Nope. Just no. She already had a knee replacement. She doesn't need to go out on slippery crap anymore.
Just a second here. I got a pair of ice cleats in the back of my wife's car So if she gets stuck somewhere in transportation, she doesn't fall down and break her butt, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mother Earth Garden. Yeah, yeah, those nurses are good. They're very thorough and they're really compassionate.
And
Like I
they'll
said,
learn English really fast
like that.
because
Yeah,
they want to, not
Mhm.
because they have to. They want to.
That's correct. It's a status symbol in their culture how good your English. They learn English from preschool all the way through,
Yeah.
but yeah,
And-
the ones who can make it through their nursing courses over there are smart, really
Yeah.
smart people.
And then they add to their resume they worked in the United States for 5 years in such and such a hospital and did all these things, and now they are a commodity back in the Philippines.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And, you know, not to mention the growing up in those very poor conditions, and you get one of them who can make it through the nursing course and go work overseas in like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Canada, US, and they send money back home to educate their brothers and sisters and cousins who can pass the courses. It's a bonus, you know.
Yeah.
That's how they do it over there, man. They really take care of their families, and I can't blame them because I've seen some stuff over there just break your fucking heart, man. Just
And the stuff in this country too that'll break your heart, but I think we've all become a little immune to it. That's the problem.
Yeah, true.
Time to feed the dog.
Yeah, a lot of stuff I see that breaks my heart here is self-inflicted.
Yeah, that there is that a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's like the alcoholics next door. You know, that's all self-inflicted.
Yep.
You know. I think I mentioned this on a live last night that one of the things that tore me up inside was one time years ago over there, I was in the suburbs of Manila and there was a garbage pile next to the sidewalk and all that. It was a fucking rat, man, a huge rat, gigantic thing. He was going through the garbage and he looked at the rat, looked at me and showed his teeth and hissed at me a little bit. And you know, of course, they're smart. They know you're a foreigner. Okay, dude, it's yours. And a little kid, a street kid, a little kid, grabbed a stick and beat that rat to death, and then held it up and saying, "We eat good tonight." Several other little street kids joined him. Let's go cook it and eat it.
Alrighty.
Fucking A, yeah. That's the kind of stuff I've seen, man.
Not for nothing. Rats are related to squirrels. I've had squirrels.
Yeah, yeah. But that changes you when you see that. And in my situation, I've got food storage and I've got to figure out a way to be able to keep my food out of the view of the public. You understand? They're eating a rat just to be able to survive. And here I've got such an abundancy, you know. It plays on your head, dude. You know, I'll never forget that. That was very, very sad, you know.
All right, walk for a second. I had to get some stuff outside.
Yeah, so you see why some of those Filipinos come here, and they get an opportunity to get a good paying job, you know, and they'll never miss a day of work. If you got overtime for them, they will work that out overtime because they've seen that too, you know. The only thing I wish Filipinos would do more is share their survival experiences, but they don't talk about it. I don't know why. It's a cultural thing because they've all seen war and famine and but they don't talk about it with the foreigners. They will among each other.
No, it's
but
probably
not
their
with foreigners.
PTSD. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like their PTSD. They don't want to bring it up because it just brings back bad memories.
I'm sure it does. Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Plus, the ones who haven't been abroad yet aren't aware of how easy we've got it. So,
Right.
if you ask them how would you make some way of cooking? What are you, a moron or something? You build a fire, put the pot on some rocks, and cook. They don't realize that we just go and flip a switch. We've got instant heat. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or for us, we just take out a key and open the front door, and the house is already built. For them, well, all they got is a sheet of plastic, and that's it. They don't realize how good we've got it. But there's a wealth of information out there, and I'm hoping that when the wife and I live there, I'll be able to find someone who will talk about it and record it, about how they survived. And I'm hoping I can get through that, but there's a barrier there. They don't talk about survival.
No.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check my still.
That's understandable. They wouldn't. I get it.
Yeah.
Go check that water.
Yeah, and I hope it works as it should.
I got my 8 pounds of blanched diced carrots and 8 pounds of blanched diced potatoes on their trays in the freezer, waiting for tomorrow morning to throw them in a freeze dryer. So I have more preps.
Yeah, for how long do you let them be in the freeze dryer?
That depends. So freeze dryers, aside from what you see on TV and all the YouTube channels that just don't give a crap about you, just them, the basic bottom line is in a freeze dryer, the one thing you are doing is you are removing 100% of the water. And the biggest problem is people rely on the computer to say, hey, it's done. And then the piece of paper says, just feel it. If you feel a cold spot, it's not done. That means there's still moisture in there. Well, here's a better idea. Just buy a freaking $15 gram scale, weigh the whole thing before it goes in, and weigh it a bunch of times. When it stops losing weight, all the water's gone. You're good. I learned the hard way a bunch of times. I had to throw a lot of stuff out because I thought it was done. And I checked it like 6 months later. I'm like, why is it mushy and not crispy anymore in the bag? And I opened it up and got a whiff. I was like, well, I guess I didn't do that one right. And then I learned from some other guy that has like no followers on YouTube. I just watched a couple of his videos. I was like, well, duh, that makes sense. Little science helps everything these days. I figured that out. So now I do that. And I got some recording a lot of stuff. I just haven't put many videos up lately. So eventually I'll get around to compiling it all and start flipping some more videos up on stuff that aren't just slideshows with some music and some words at the bottom, like most of my videos currently are. But I have fun doing those too. I don't care. I'm not in it for the money. I'm just in it for other people to watch and learn something. Yeah. All right. Shh. Bob's back. Don't talk about him.
Oh shit! Go ahead and tell him. You say it to my face. I got thick skin. Go ahead.
No, I was just going on about. He's asking me about my freeze drying and stuff and how long it takes, and every batch is a little different.
This water is sure taking its sweet time to boil up. It's starting to boil or whatever, but I'm late for going to get my coffee. Holy man, those cute little baristas are waiting.
Yeah. What time is it? What is it, like 3 o'clock there?
Yeah, 3 o'clock here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm 6 o'clock here, so got a few hours on you.
Yeah, and I'm at midnight or just past midnight with 4 minutes.
Yeah, I asked the wife if she wants to go there for coffee with me today, and she said, "No, too cold outside. I'm staying home." Okay.
Yep. Now, if I know Steve from Corsair Trainers, he'll go live here in about 30 minutes or 2 or an hour or so. He randomly does that for no reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he's still figuring it out.
Yeah, I'll be doing mine 7 p.m. Pacific tomorrow, Sunday night. My stuff's just kind of like here, general topic. We just a
Right.
bunch of people get together and shoot the shit for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have a nice community here on
We do.
Saturdays.
I thought
Yeah.
I don't remember
I
if
like
Bob
it.
in my
Well,
I think
I
I'm
look
subscribed
forward.
to you.
Oh, I hope you are. I've got all kinds
Well,
of stuff on my channel.
we're about to find out. Hey, Shadow, throw his YouTube page link up.
Mhm. I've been doing this preparedness stuff, and my channel is not just focused on one thing. It's my daily life, gardening, house plants, travel, preparedness, shop, machine shop stuff. It's a mixed kettle of fish.
I put it in the private chat. Mark.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Corsair's Trainer came up on my channel, my live 2 weeks ago, I think it was.
Well, I'm subscribed now with one channel. I'll
Thank
hit
you.
the other channel. I'll hit the other channel here. I got
leave me a
Chef Tech
comment so I
86.
can leave a comment so I can get back with you. Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's easier that way.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I pulled up. I got 2 logins. I got Chef Tech 86 and Mad Chick Acres. It freaks out Steve all the time. I'll get on there twice and start having a conversation with my. He's like, I know what you're doing. You're just messing with me. There we go. Am I breaking up there? Or am I
I
coming
think
in?
Steve Corsair's Trainer is probably going to go live soon. Yeah. Yeah, his channel is more formal. I think he wants not cross chatter. He wants it real kind of formal. But for me, as long as nobody, you can say whatever you want to, as long as nobody insults each other or something like that.
Yeah, just don't say stupid stuff that you're going to get kicked off and get Bob's channel messed up. I get it.
Yeah, well,
I don't do that. I just throw fun comments in.
Mm-hmm. I'll see if I can get my wife to watch the double boiler thing while I go get my coffee, because all those pretty ladies are just sitting there waiting for me. I know they are. Look at Shadow. Shut up.
No, all I can see is your missus stand behind you with your flip flop and
Stop looking at her. Stop looking at her.
Oh, she is so used to me, and she knows that I'm unchangeable. I am incorrigible. I am unincorrigible, that I will never change. She just rolls her eyes, and sometimes she'll click her, she'll go, like that.
click your mandibles.
Click, 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 click. Hello, mister. Yeah, we've been together for a couple for 21 years, so she knows me real well. I look at the pretty ladies, flirt with them a little bit, but I always come home to the wife. I told her a long time ago, hun, if I stop flirting or looking at the pretty ladies, something's wrong. You better take me to the doctor. Something's wrong.
They'll have to appear like a Filipino woman with a flip flop.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Hugo. Watch out for them, the Asian chicks and their flip flops. little house ninja,
Yeah, you thought karate and kung fu were scary and dangerous. Yeah, meet the flip flop.
Meet the flip flop. Only one.
If you're not behave, you have to meet the stick.
Yeah. Oh, that's bad.
That
man.
will hurt. That will hurt
Oh.
definitely.
Oh, dude. Oh, I've been hit with an arnis stick more than once. And when she was teaching me that, and well, I mean, we're going at it. We're hitting, just and she missed, and she bounced that thing off the top of my head, and she knew. Oh, oh, I'm so sorry, hon, because she knows how it feels, man. And,
It happens to me.
Oh.
It happens to me too when I practiced eskrima. So that was not a fun experience.
No, it's not. Yeah. I can handle the body shots. They hurt, but yeah, a head shot.
Yeah.
Oh man, that rocks your world, dude. Boom! Oh, it stuns you for a second. Just
I could safely say I've never been hit with a stick, whatever stick you're talking about, but I've been accidentally smacked in the shoulder with a baseball bat at full swing. That was not fun.
Ouch.
that's like an arnis stick, Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
it's a stickball bat, broom handle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shovel handle. And the rule of thumb is you want a stick that's about the same, right around the same length as from your elbow to the tip of your finger. It's a martial art. It's very dangerous, man. If you get somebody who knows the footwork and how to use a stick, he's going to outrun you and beat the crap out of you.
I still remember the basics.
Me too.
And I haven't practiced eskrima for, many years.
Yeah.
Well, it's the roof block, shoulder block. Then
it's that footwork that gets them.
Yeah.
Because they're not because
And
they're
then you have that type of block if somebody stab you that way. And
yeah. It's stick and knife, and it's that footwork, because the guy who doesn't know arnis or eskrima is expecting you to be here, but by the time he winds up to strike at you, you're already standing on the side of him. Just that quick. It's that muscle memory that makes it very effective, but it takes a long time to learn it.
Yeah, it does.
It's stick and knife is what it is.
Yeah,
you learn
when you have the drills like
the Sinawali, you go heaven and earth and all that, and do that for hour after hour after, and then you incorporate some of the forward and back footwork as you go, and then the side to side, and it takes a long time to learn it, but man, that folks who don't know it are gonna get hurt.
Definitely. When I did this type of drills, I could, when I was at the peak, I could spin those sticks so fast so you couldn't see the sticks.
Yeah. All you can hear is the whooshing, the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about now. So yeah. It's like nunchucks with no chain on them.
Right.
One in
it's
each
very
hand.
fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like baton size of a collapsible baton.
Yeah, just what I just showed him right there.
Yeah.
I remember my wife, which my wife trained me. She's a black belt, and I remember when I first started off, she would just have me swing at the air. You got to learn the 12 basic strikes, but she'd have me swing at the air, and she'd scream at me. I would faster, until I was whoosh, 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 whoosh.
The basics.
Whoosh. Yeah. And I got one of those big rubber dolls, a martial art rubber doll, put it up out in the backyard, and we started in the garage and we moved outside, and she would tell me, start hitting it, 1, 2, 1, 2, and faster, and then she goes, and don't stop until I tell you to. And she went in the house and she cooked dinner, and I'm out there, bah, 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 bah.
The problem is when you go really fast with those drills, you feel it in shoulders.
Oh, hell yeah.
man.
Hell yeah. I remember I used to, yeah, my shoulders were big, man. But I'll tell this story and I'll bounce out of here. But Swede's heard this more than once. She had been training me for 2 years doing this, and we would do rubber knife drills in the house, and we're and you bow and you get ready to go, and dude, she was on me. I mean, she jumped in the air and came right at me, pushed my weapon hand down. She reached her knife around, stabbed me in the liver, brought the knife up, cut my throat, and then she's standing facing me behind me in one leap, and she killed me. A liver shot and cut my throat and standing facing me right behind me. And what she goes, "See, Guapo, there's still more to learn." I go, "Oh my God, lady." Oh my God.
Where do you get all the energy from?
Yeah. Such a
And
little
here
tiny
here
lady.
you are talking sweet to the girls at the coffee shop. Right. Okay. I got you.
The little tiny lady, she killed me in less than a second when her feet were not even on the ground. She was in the air doing that. Liver shot, cut my throat, went right behind, I was like, holy.
You're not allowed to think. You just need to do.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bounce out of here, guys. Looking forward to talking to you. I'll be going live Sunday night if you want to stop in.
Cool.
Peace
Yeah.
out, everybody. God
All
bless.
right. Have a good one. Yeah, I'm going to bail
Okay.
too. I got
God bless.
lots of stuff to clean up before the wife gets home.
Yeah, and I'm going to wrap things up anyway, so that was really good timing.
Yeah, good stuff. All
Yeah.
right, well, thank you for having us all on here again there, Shadow.
You're very welcome.
We'll look forward to next week and the week after.
Oh, yeah.
And the week after. And one of the weekends, I'm on weekend coverage call, so there's a chance I will just be listening from the truck again.
Yeah.
So later, CB.
Yeah. Later, see.
All right, you have a good
Thanks,
night.
guys. Yeah. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next week. Same time, same channel. And be part of the solution, not the problem. God bless. We all need it. And we are out, I hope.